Yes, I do have an update on regulatory A3. Let's see. Can Heather hear us? Yeah. Great. Okay, so the update I got from Basha is that there actually was no agreement on the revision by the policy advisors, so we are not bringing it to the commission. So we will be looking at Prop A3 as it is written. I will share that now.
So I'm assuming it's just those red amendments that are in the Appendix A at the bottom.
So some notes that Basha also gave us to consider for Prop A3 is, so this includes minor amendments that were prepared in collaboration with domestic agencies to offer more consistent language throughout the IPHC fishery regulations. The proposal updates the language of the IPHC fishery regulations, but does not directly impact fishery management practices. The PAB does not need to weigh in on this proposal. So it's up to you if you'd like to weigh in on it.
Yeah, if you read those amendments, they're extremely innocuous, right? I don't see any issue with the thing. Let's just pass it.
Yeah, so it's just I can make it loose, but it seems to be just these this verbiage here
Yeah.
that. So commercial fishing period rather than fishing season, and same here. You're changing fishing season to commercial fishing period. I think it's some clarity.
Okay.
So
Somebody moved to adopt it. Susan moved. Carl seconds. Let's get on with it. Exactly.
let's go.
Every time you delay, you have to go. And then just the fast people will stay.
So they're going to vote on this.
Are all the online people back yet? Kit, Heather?
Bruce is there seated for Prop A3?
It's been moved by Susan. It's been seconded by Carl to approve it. And we're ready to vote.
Okay. So we are.
I'm back on blank screen again.
Yeah, yeah.
I can just share the screen with you. Okay. So voting is now open. It doesn't look like Heather's on.
Heather's lost again. Do you want to vote on verbally, Heather? Is that okay?
She won't be included in the vote. Did she say anything in the chat?
She
What
asked
is the
what
motion
proposition
saying?
was and what was the motion? I sent it to her. Prop A.
Okay.
So we're just waiting on her vote.
I could say it's just innocuous verbiage, but that's her favorite thing. Yes, I know that, Jim. Okay, noted that there's some people in the room missing. Or is this a vote? Do we need?
Yeah, we'll. Did,
All right, close it out.
Votes
All right.
closed.
So that's unanimous. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we don't have to process that one. Go ahead and share over.
Okay. It's $5. Okay, so that is finished. Contracting party. Moving on to item 6.2 on the agenda. Contracting party fisheries regulation proposals.
there's just one. It's B1.
There's one.
It's proposal B1.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, proposal B1 is the only contracting party proposal. It's to propose charter management measures in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A, reflective of mortality limits adopted by the IPHC and resulting allocations under the North Pacific Fishery Management Council Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan. This proposal includes minor amendments that were prepared in collaboration with domestic agencies. I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. Proposal B1 was submitted by NOAA Fisheries and provides a methodology for adjusting charter management measures in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A. So it's a framework, and the actual measures would be defined once mortality limits are set. This proposal obviously pertains to the recreational fishery. So the PAB does not really need to weigh in on this particular proposal. That's up to the chairs.
Well, I think that recreational sector scrutiny is near and dear to all of our hearts. So I'd like to understand it a little better than that. Go ahead, Scott.
On the last page of the proposal, in the red, it's leaving out the minimum size. It's got X's. It doesn't have the actual inches or centimeters. I'm wondering why.
I think they have to know what the quota is before they start figuring the. I don't know for sure, but I think that's how it works. They got to know how many pounds there is, and then they have these minimums and maximum. Like you can have one fish under 6 inches or something like that. I think.
And that's slop.
There's some crazy language in here. No person on board a charter vessel may catch and retain Pacific halibut on the following Wednesdays or on the following Tuesdays in 2025, which would be, I guess they mean after the, no, in 3A. To meet the 25 harvest allocation in 3A, a list of Wednesdays closures and Tuesday closures. Somebody in 3A understand what that means?
I could perhaps explain it a little bit.
Thanks, Jim.
So the percentages of halibut are distributed to two sectors. The bycatch guys get what they've got. The commercial longline fleet gets so much, and the charter boat fleet gets, depending on what the quotas are, they might get 17 or 20 or 13% of the quota in area 3A. It depends on what the level of the fleet is. Charter guys are allowed to impose whatever inefficiencies they want on themselves, be sure they don't exceed that poundage. So that's why, you know, if they only have 10,000 pounds, maybe they'll will only keep fish under 26 inches. And often they'll allow for one giant fish just in case it's a trophy fish. They know that the fish every day of the week will catch more than that many pounds, so they'll start skipping days. So you'll see things saying, if it's like at this level, we'll skip every Tuesday in June and July. If it's a different level, maybe just the Tuesdays in June. So those levels of inefficiency are selected by the charter boat themselves, so they won't go over the.
I see.
Of course, it's accounted for at the end of the year, because you can't tell for sure how much you will miss by which level you get to by skipping Tuesdays and Wednesdays in the year. And so at the end of the year, they try to catch up and adjust for that the next year. And it's been fairly efficient through the years now that they've had this in place. It's about 10 years. They have gone over some, but more often they're under the quota because they're fairly conservative in imposing these inefficiencies on the charter.
Is it adjusted in season?
It is not. That's why it's accounted for the best that they can. And now with 10 years of history, they have a pretty good idea what happens. If they catch you 26 is the biggest fish, or 27 is the biggest fish they can keep. They call it a reverse slot limit. So they often will allow for a fish over 80 inches maybe for a picture. The guy can have it, or it has to be smaller than whatever limit to keep the poundage that they take out.
So is this just formalizing something that's been informal? Has it been voluntary? Like, why are we putting it in regulation now?
It's regulation B. So the council assesses these inefficiencies. The charter board adopts them before we know what the quota will be. So that's why it's left blank until we find out what the commissioners finally set the quota at, so they know how many Tuesdays you have to skip, how big of a fish you.
Go ahead, Joe. It makes sense.
It does make sense. I just wonder why, well, in a management standpoint, how does that it make sense? I mean, in Canada, you're not allowed to take any of the breeders or female stock is what they say. And then you're not allowed to take anything under a certain size. And why, as a halibut commission, why is that not coastwide US and Canada? Like, or is that just way too far? And I'm going into sports section. I should just shut up. Okay.
There's times to propose regulatory proposals, but this isn't it. But thank you. No, I think we all understand what you're saying. So they're putting this in as a regulation now, Jim. It hasn't been one previously, so
So we have a similar one last year, but it might have been a different length of fish. It might have been a different number of Tuesdays closed. And so this is what they
Okay.
believe will
Oh.
meet the level this year.
Similar.
and it's exacted by IPHC. It is an IPHC regulation, or has it been
It is,
Fish and
but
Game?
It's an IPHC regulation because it's federal waters, and the council can't manage it because halibut's not managed by the council, except.
Okay. Well, thank you for all of that. That's just one of all of these things are in here, but holy cow.
That's complicated.
This is,
So Chairman, if I may, last year, there was almost an identical regulatory proposal brought in front of the PAB. With the same language, at least on the title, and the PAB did not take any action, just for the record.
I don't feel comfortable weighing into this. I don't know what anybody else thinks. Nobody else thinks?
I have not heard anything from the Alaska delegation, the conference board, raised big concerns about what's on this list.
Vote on it or make a motion not to vote on it?
You can just note it.
I don't think there's a need to make a motion if the PAB decides that there's no action to be taken.
Okay, well, I think, has anybody got a problem with that? Is that what we're gonna do? No action on this one? Okay, thanks. Okay, moving to 6.3, other stakeholder fisheries regulation proposals. So now we're into the one by Buck and the one by Malcolm. Is there any others?
Yes. Yes, Chair, there's actually five stakeholder proposals. The first one is by Robert Hawkins on the year-round commercial Pacific halibut fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2B. To my knowledge, there is no B2, there's only B1. So there's five stakeholder proposals. The first one is the one that I just mentioned, the year-round fishery in IPHC regulatory 2B. Proposition 3.2 is by Sean McManus. The proposal to close the one-way door for halibut IFQ, CDQ holders from halibut area 4C into area 4D. C3 is from the Makah tribe. That's Timothy Green to propose a TCUY for IPHC regulatory area 2A of 1.65 million pounds for 2025. Proposal C4 is from Buck Laukidis to propose a rebuilding plan for Pacific halibut. And then the last one, C5, is by Malcolm Milne to propose a reaction to the Pacific halibut stock overfishing. So if the PAB desires to hear specifically or directly from each of the proponents, please let us know and we'll call that person to present that to you in person.
So we want to start with Robert Hogness, the first one. For the year-round Pacific halibut fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2B. Well, we can open it for discussion.
Should we? Do you want us to call him during the meantime?
No, I think we'll decide as a
Yeah.
group whether we want to call them or not. I mean, you know, okay. Anybody got any comments on that?
I just, we've already voted on opening and closing dates.
Yeah.
And so I think by doing that, we're saying we don't want a year-round fisheries.
Yeah, there was some talk in Canada to, I can speak to the background of this a little bit. Because the black cod's open all year round, all the groundfish are open all year round, and we've got the ZN, which are the rockfish guys, and a lot of the small live boats, and sablefish guys are catching black halibut when it's closed, and they have to cover it with quota, which in BC is prohibitively expensive, and then we're just wasting good marketable fish, and they're saying we'd like. There's certainly an element of guys that want to say it just regulated the same as all the other ones, you know. And I guess I could go either way on it. I kind of think right now, getting the data in soon and getting it into the IPHC science machine is almost worth more to us than a handful of guys that have got a bit of halibut bycatch. As much as I hate to say that, I've got halibut boats out there, blackhawk boats out there right now, but I think as an industry, it's not a responsible thing to do right now. So do we vote on this? Yes or no? We can. I guess we should. So I don't think anyone's pro. Do we want to vote? Move on. Any more comments?
Does anybody need, or is everybody pretty well up to date? Feel like they're comfortable with what US's majority position is on this?
Yeah, and it's a 2B thing, really.
I mean, there are guys on the US side who propagate a year-round fishery, but they're far and few between. So
They'd just pout if we were taking halibut, and they weren't anyway, so let's let it go. No, okay, let's vote. Gosh, I keep blanking out of this darn thing.
You're gonna let us know, Tyler, when we're ready?
Yeah, we'll just get the verbiage up real quick. and then-
Okay.
We need to make a motion.
Yeah. Well, I guess we need to make a
Yeah,
motion.
he's gonna put the motion up.
So it's yes, no? Yes, no. Who made the motion then? Someone? Someone want to make a motion? Maybe get a two B guy to do it.
Make a motion to not
Extend the season.
extend the season year round.
Susan second.
This is not sharing.
So should the verbiage though still just be adopt because we don't want to not adopt? So that's.
Decline adoption.
So then.
Yes.
It would pass. That'd be-
The motion is no, and we're all going to say yes to the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows.
Okay, so the motion is do not adopt the regulatory proposal C.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna start sharing again because.
I'm putting mine up.
Yes means we don't.
Correct.
There you
Yeah,
go.
no.
All
So
right.
this is the one highlighted in yellow.
Do not adopt regulatory proposal.
Yeah.
Okay, vote is open. Vote is now open.
How's our lost Heather doing? She votes yes, no.
Yes, no.
Okay.
Yes to vote.
Well, she's voting,
Yes to vote no.
she's voting yes, not to have the school.
Yes to vote no.
Right.
Yes to vote no.
Kit,
That's it.
to everybody. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Prop C2, to propose closing the one-day door for halibut IFQ CDQ holders from halibut area 4C into area 4D north of 60, north and east of 174.
C2, right?
Can anyone speak to that?
Jim?
This directly impacts 4C, D, and E.
Sure.
Yep.
I think it's, well, McMahon's proposal is well written and it's a pertinent part. I especially like the line that asks the IPHC to act with feverish haste. That expression just grabs me, so I'm going to borrow that one from now on things. But basically, back in 2005, before that, in 1996, the North Pacific Council set up the CDQ communities along the coast of the Bering Sea. There's 6 CDQ communities and there's 65 coastal villages, all within 50 miles of Bering Sea. Those villages used to make a living, a lot of their sustenance out of the Bering Sea. When the Magnuson Act was passed, when the extended jurisdiction law was passed, when the foreigners were removed from the Bering Sea, went towards Americanization, there was no opportunity for these 65 coastal villages to partake in this great change of harvest and the way fisheries took place in the Bering Sea. So the council set up these 65 communities into 6 groups, and they assigned them various fractions of all the fish. So 43 species of fish. The CDQ groups got the right to harvest fractions up to 7%, split up amongst all the 65 communities to harvest that fish. And of course, they didn't have the boats for it, so most of them got royalties from large companies that did have the boats to get it. See, Area C was assigned 80% of the halibut that the CDQ groups got, and the CBSFA got 80% of the halibut quota that could be caught in area C around the Pribilofs. But the area was so small, they didn't have a possible chance to catch all of that halibut in area C. So in 2005, the council agreed that the area there was too small for the large amount of halibut that had been assigned to that. And so they allowed them to fish into area D. Of course, they didn't make it just for the CDQ groups, but Seattle people or Southeast Alaska people or Gulf of Alaska people that had quota in area C could also fish into area D. And that worked for fairly good for a while, but as Mr. McManus notices, with the fishing on the edge being very difficult, killer whales getting most of the halibut that comes up on hooks there, that the areas up around St. Matthew have been are highly fished now. And so he's suggesting that rule should go away. And of course, it's a North Pacific Council rule, but the North Pacific Council, he believes the North Pacific Council would be influenced if the Halibut Commission said that it was more fair if 4C D people could also fish in the 4C, that the 4C people were not allowed to fish in the 4D. But the fact remains that the assignment of all these species quotas to the different CDQ communities was to make up for lost opportunities. And so CBSFA didn't get much pollock to catch, didn't get any flatfish to catch like the other groups. And so in order to achieve the benefit designed for them, they believe they still need to fish in the 4D. And that's kind of the background of it. And I'm sure that the CDE people, the CBSFA people would not like this to go forward, but I'm not pushing for that. I'm not a member, but that's kind of the description of what the process is.
I guess I don't understand enough of that to weigh in. Is it something that should go to the commissioners? And it's above my pay grade. I don't think we're the people who should make that decision, right? Go ahead, Peggy.
This is not anything that the commissioners could fix. This is part of the, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, or Heather, if she's on, but I think this is strictly under the venue of the council. So we could make a statement about it, how we feel about it, to put it on the record or not. But yeah, I'm agreeing with CBFSA folks, and I know Sean has put this in here because he has not gotten any joy at the council, and he just wants to try this to at least raise awareness of it.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable having a fisherman reverse council policy without knowing both sides of it better than the people in this room seem to. I think we don't have a comment other than it's outside of our purveyance. And we
could
don't
simply
want to weigh into this. Somebody want to move that? So what's the motion?
Could say that, why is the commission looking at it further?
We could say that,
PAB notes the concern, but feels that it's out of the venue of our ability to manage.
that's close enough. So you move that, Norm? Are you allowed to move things?
No.
Don't move it.
I'll move what he said.
Keith moves that, whatever you're typing. Peggy seconds it. And he'll put the language up before we. Okay, oh, that's good.
Sure.
Number 3. Proposition 3.
Sure, if I can, I will share the verbiage of that last. Yeah, I can do So the PAP would know that the concern, but views that this proposal is outside of the purview of the PAP, or
Does that capture your motion, Keith?
sorry.
Yeah, good. Peggy,
Yep.
does that capture your second?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We don't need to vote on that.
Okay.
Okay, number 3. Number 3 is to propose a TCEY for IPHC regulatory area 2A of 1.5 million, which it's been since 2013, I believe, 14. I think, Scott, you're probably closer to that than anybody in this room. It's been put apart by Timothy Green. You familiar with Timothy Green? Can you speak to this?
I'm familiar with Timothy Green, but I'm not going to speak on this.
You're not going to speak on it. Okay. I think that, not to supersede anything we've already proposed, but we weren't going to get into area, US area allocations of TCEY unless someone has a strong opinion of 2A. Seems to bring out some different, for anyone. So we're going to stick with, how do we say it? Somebody move that we, I guess so. We've already covered it in our voting on the TCEY coastwide, and we're done with that now.
So take no action.
Take no action. That's close. Same thing. Yep. It's good. Okay. That's number 3. Thanks, guys. That was easy. Prop 4. Okay. This is submitted by Michael Laudicus, Commercial Fisher, Lukaitis, excuse me, to propose a rebuilding plan for Pacific Halibut. 3 parts: changes to control rule policies, alternative risk adverse model, and needed research.
So, Mr. Chairman, the discussion was brought up earlier whether we wanted to have them in the room to speak to that or not. So we should maybe just go around and feel like if we feel we need that or not.
I don't think it was him, was it? It was
It was both of them. It was Malcolm.
Malcolm
Yep.
and Buck. Oh, is Buck Michael? I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know that.
This morning, the doc said he would love to share with us his personal feelings on this if you want.
Yeah. Well, we were sort of split on whether we shared
Yeah, we
his
need to get a sense around the
passion
room
for
of what
that.
we want to do.
Well, are we gonna take action on this? Or
Well, let's say he came in and made a compelling argument. That's a pretty broad proposal. Changed control rule policies, alternative risk adverse model, and needed research.
The one thing, that if you don't speaking chair, is that
Can you turn the mic on, please?
Buck was on the North Pacific Management Council for what, 10 years or something like that. He's pretty sharp, pretty intelligent, well-spoken, and we would probably learn a little bit more about his model or his plan if you had him speak to us personally.
This is where he fishes.
Go ahead.
I think it also kind of helps support the FIS argument to get some proper surveying done out there.
Correct.
Peggy, are you messaging Buck? Are you?
I did tell him that we were not wanting him in on the session, but I don't really know. I haven't heard back.
I'll call Malcolm in.
Yeah, thanks. I texted Buck and
I don't know. Do we want him to come in? Like, I guess, I guess not to discount his message, that's fine. I'm not sure whether this is a forum for that, is it? I guess if he's made a proposal in time when we don't understand it, he's entitled to come in and speak to it.
Everybody there when he spoke earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, Buck spoke to the plenary session.
Yeah, I saw it. I was there.
But in proposal speaks for itself too. So you don't-
If there's anything for us to vote on. See like the notes at the end, just IPHC secretary comment not applicable. Specific regulatory language has not been developed, this proposal as not currently exists. I'm not saying I don't value his.
Use the mic.
Not saying I don't value his insight. He's got a lot of good things to say, and I'd be fine having him in, but it doesn't look like there's anything for us to vote on.
Yeah.
So that's what I was trying to express. Thanks for doing that, Tyler. What he has been told when he submitted this was that this isn't in regulatory language and it's past the deadline. So we really can't do anything about it, right? It's fair. But he said, great, no problem. I just want this to be a discussion paper. I want people to know how I feel about this, my experience out there in Region 4 and what I'm thinking about. So I think the paper does sort of speak for itself. And we can weigh in on it or not as we choose. Malcolm is the same, only his, I think, does have, I don't know, but you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's some regulatory language in his. I'm not sure of the timing when it was submitted. So I don't know if it's actually going to be a proposal that the secretary could act on.
It's actually a non-IPHC fishery regulation. So
It's a non-IPHC.
fishery regulation. So it's
Fishery,
listed,
okay.
it's listed as other proposals.
Okay, gotcha. So
And-
both of
and-
these are just for our information. We could weigh in on them, take no action on them, or really get behind one or the other.
I feel like we should, you know, this is coming from a concern of, well, the resource, which we all have here. We all share that. And I think that the least that we could do, I mean, is just note in our conversation that we've acknowledged it, his concern, and that, you know, while we can't do anything with it, we're at least understanding his, you know, and compassionate to his stand.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Norm. I mean, that area 4 is always had the belief and was told that it feeds our other areas.
Yeah.
So if there's really no fish out there because it's not getting the attention it deserves, there's a big problem coming.
One of the topics that we've talked about is potentially nursery areas. And I mean, I've heard my whole career that Bering Sea is the primary nursery ground for Pacific halibut biomass. So this sort of speaks to that. Scott?
We could say we noted this paper, and at the very bottom in the appendix, it says, you know, we would recommend that the MSAB and the SBR take a closer look at this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we all support the spirit of it, right? And this is the processors advisory board. And I think there's lots of places for this to be forward. There's no disrespect, but maybe it doesn't go in this room. So anybody disagree with that?
So you're proposing that we do not comment on it?
Yes. Well, maybe we could put some language that, you know, we could recommend that he continue his pursuit in MSAB and the other,
What was Scott's
Venues.
motion?
SRB.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the paper in the appendices.
Is that C5 or C?
C4.
The paper C4. And it says adoption would require the MSAB and the SRB input throughout 2025 as part of the harvest strategy policy finalization. So I'd say we.
It's what's up on the screen here, that bottom sentence.
Right, so I'd say we noted this paper that he submitted, and we recommend that this goes to the MSAB and the SRB for further review.
Like it.
That's good.
I would just like to have it recorded that we,
Yeah.
we've contemplated the paper. And
It's a way better answer than just blowing them off,
Yeah.
Well, it is, right? Yeah. I think.
Is that a motion,
He's trying to
Scott?
capture it. Yeah. Joseph will put it up and we'll make sure that you like the language, Scott.
Just a second.
He'll put it up in a second and you can say where that's captured, your motion.
Jim, do you have any input on this?
I'm familiar with them. They're very conservative relative to the cuts that the rest of the US.
Hmm.
We're looking at, rest of us kind of with the 15, they were looking at 35% cuts. But they had personal anecdotes, that's just the wrong word for it, I guess, personal information about fishing, where he used to get, 600 fish in a row, he would get one on an entire set this year. It's just terrible stories, and so that inspired him to try to put this remodeling the whole program together. But personally, I think your advice, your thought here to forward it to the SRB is brilliant. I think that's the place that I would go.
Thank you.
And early Carl made some comments that we all kind of agreed with, is that we're taking 15%, and from, some of the models we're looking at, we could take 15% every year for the next 5 years and it wouldn't make much difference. So we're taking a very, very serious, significant hit that shows we support the spirit of him. But I think if we thought that was serious, we would have gone to 20 or 25. Right now, we're at 15 and let him go through the process. Talk too much. Okay. So that's your motion. You're happy with that, Scott? And Susan, you're happy with your second? So we move on to the next one. And I think Malcolm proposed a reaction to halibut, Pacific halibut stock overfishing. Sort of the same sentiment and similar message, right? I think we all care. Just have a quick look over it. I think down in Appendix A, he's proposed amending some of the definitions in the regulatory language, and right at the bottom. Keep going. There you go. Oh. So again, that's language that fits in SRB and MSA. I mean, it's all. He's taken a little bit more regulatory approach to the same thing, I'd say. Go ahead, Scott.
I make a similar motion to my last one.
I think.
Can we have two motions on the floor?
Oh, and we have to vote on the last motion? Yeah, I guess we do. Yeah, let's vote on the first one.
Yeah. Thank you, Peggy.
Thanks, Peggy. We can do whatever we
Let
want.
me bring up the motion so that.
Yes.
Or if it's the will of the group, I would take a friendly amendment to combine my two motions together into one.
So on screen, you can see the motion for regulatory proposal C4.
So to speed things up, if it's the will of the group, I would take a friendly amendment to my motion and combine this with the two papers instead of just looking at each one individually.
That passes unanimous.
You got it.
Other business that we missed, by all means, bring it up.
Yeah, I have that.
Greg.
So I'm not exactly sure on the numbers, but I think that the set line survey lost about $1.9 million last year. And I don't know how many more years of that we could sustain. I think that one of the things that I would like to bring up, and I know in 1997, first year I really long lined, we did a bunch of survey work on a boat called the Norska, and they were using, and I've looked for this information, but I've never been able to find it. It was just basically triangles spread out up and down the coast. And one boat was doing all of Area 3A. Christiana was doing the survey. And I don't know the specifics about that, but I remembered it was not near the amount of stations. And if one boat could do all of 3A, it seemed to me to be a hell of a lot more cost effective. And that's kind of anecdotal information. I guess, Mike, what I want to come out and say is that we don't seem to be changing something that seems to be not working at the commission level. And I've got real concerns that if we lose another $2 million in 25 and we lose another $2 million in 26 on the survey, we're probably not going to be here.
Yep.
So I don't have a statement or anything. I just want to express a concern. I think it should come out of here that we're concerned about, we've got a broken system that's not getting fixed. And I don't see anything going forward other than we're going to just do more of the same, just spread it out a little bit. I don't think the commission can sustain that. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't have language, but I think it's something that needs to be discussed.
Well, and it was interesting that the doctor said that they went through this presentation and 24 points to try to figure out what they could address to fix the situation. But did they ever talk to fishermen about how they could fix the situation and go from that direction instead of going from their direction?
I think I agree. I mean, I think we should be 100 times more desperate than we are right now. We've got one more year of losing $1 million, and it doesn't matter what we think, we're done. And this FIS data is just, I mean, it couldn't have been more useless than it was last year. We covered a tiny bit of actually areas that we wanted to survey. Half of it was out in 4A, which we already knew what was going on out there. I mean, you could have used all fishermen's data and no FIS data out there. And it wasn't, not a lot to that. And then we tried to make money out of 2B and 2C. Now, and there was only 9 charters. So yeah. Now we're back on the mend. We're going to move into more areas and less revenue areas, and we're going to have 10 instead of 9. So is that a big step up? I mean, it's very little difference. But I mean, we can all talk about complaining about what all the problems are. We need to kind of think about. It'd be interesting to hear Dr. Stewart talk about whether, you know, out of the 1,500 setline data stations, like you said, rather than take 100 out of the top of tube and the bottom of A, like we did last year, cover more ground. But then does that give us stock assessment data that they can use? I don't know. Go ahead, Joe.
I mean, I might have been wrong when Dr. Stewart was talking, but he was saying the way we shrunk the charters this year, they lost way more money than they had them fully going. So, did he not say that? And revenue and fish revenue? He did say that today.
They lost fish revenue, but all those charters cost more than they generate. So
okay.
By cutting off the charters, the only ones that make money are the ones that they kept. Well, not all of them, but they lost a lot of fish revenue, and yeah. Anyway, so if we were going to describe to the commissioners that we had a discussion under other business about the FIS charters, do we have something we want to say to them? Do we want to formulate a statement to them regarding FIS?
It's hard to formulate a statement without having an answer.
Yeah. Because I think we brought it up at our delegation meeting last night, but they obviously want to push to a triannual assessment and look at it, you know, only sort of every 3 years. But at what point do we think that that's okay to start doing it? Because right now there's so many holes in it that you really can't confidently say, okay, we can look at this again in 3 years as a full. That it just doesn't make sense to me.
We're just playing catch up. We're already behind.
Yeah, we're already so far behind. Like we're holding like a real big piece of Swiss cheese.
But if you take the existing model and the information we put into it this year, and we had let's say for discussion, a 10% chance of falling below the threshold. If we take the FIS out, that curve broadens, and without doing anything, now there's a 20% chance, and it's just because of inaccurate data. It actually isn't reflecting any change on the grounds. And sometimes we seem to be manipulating the model to do what we want, right? Going up and going down.
Keith, do you want to speak to your proposal?
It falls under underfunded, right?
Yes.
So it's underfunded. So I'd like to move that we have a discussion about forming a committee to look at potential sponsorship revenue toward the,
or use of fish or something.
yeah,
Alternative funding.
alternative funding.
Or-
And then we'd have to look at whether it'd be a 501c3 or what, you know, maybe we'd have to form a committee. as Peggy mentioned, or we spoke about that, or not a committee, but actually, I think
A working group.
a good professor next to you there could probably draft up a 501c3. I think Mark's probably handy his law degree. But I'm just saying maybe it's something we should look at just to try. I mean,
That's a great idea.
you know, I mean, positive is better than the negative. And if we raised $500,000, it'd be that much or whatever the number is.
An international commission.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I started a list. I went to lunch. I sat in the restaurant and I typed out probably 30 names on there just from what we use at Alaskan Leader. All of our vendors. I mean, come on. We all look how many we all overlap at some point. All the hook suppliers, the fuel suppliers, the bait. I mean, on and on. Right? You'd raise $1 million. I think you could do it.
Here's a novel idea. We were talking about this at lunch a little bit. I threw out the idea that we figure out a way to get some contribution from the sports industry. I mean, they utilize this fishery. They pay
And guess
nothing in.
what? No kidding. I mean, those. I think we formed
That's
a
a
committee.
big fence to jump over, but I think the reality is that, it applies.
I think we form a committee to discuss this and present to the IPHC that we're reviewing this idea. And bring in some professionals to maybe help with this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
So when I talked to Keith and realized that this actually had some traction and he felt pretty strongly that we could do this, the hard part of it, the first thing that came to my mind was actually being able to raise this money that we could give to IPHC.
That's my concern.
And so I think if we formed a 501c3 or something like that, that might work so that IPHC could, I'm really not sure if they would have to apply for the funds or what, but the purpose is to help get a good survey going on a routine basis. And so I think it's worth pursuing. I don't know if we're ready to make those first calls yet, but I think it's definitely worth pursuing. And I just wondered if everyone knows who Keith Singleton is and what he's accomplished.
I don't want to.
You don't want me to say anything about that? He's famous.
No, we're not.
At ASME, he's done a lot.
Stop it.
No, he's done really good marketing, sablefish to Costco, the miso, wonderful miso presentations. So he does have a good list of contacts. I think all of us do. Now that the idea was brought up, I think we all could bring something to the fundraising table there.
I think it'd be fun. And also, I think that someone might want to look at IPHC and see if they do have somewhere in their charter, they've got a 501c3 sitting there. They might. Do you think, Mark?
That would have to be the start, because again,
Just
I don't know
ask
how
the-
you can raise funds and give it to a governmental entity. I mean, that's the thing. we have
That's
to
it,
look
yeah.
at,
Right.
especially under the
And
new regime that we're under.
Yeah, I think that's a super good question because they did hold some money for the Groundfish Forum. This is a long time ago for the Groundfish discussion conference that was every year. And the reason that IPHC held it was because they were not, they could hold it for year to year to year without losing that funding, whereas some of the other agency entities could not. So IPHC did do that, and I have no idea if the same
Mechanism.
entity exists or process exists. I don't.
No, Peggy, I can tell you that does not exist anymore, but I'm not sure of the technicalities. It would be great if we could have the executive director fill in some of the details, but I believe that something changed during that time.
Another way to do this is also to privatize it. It wouldn't have to go, just thinking outside the box again, but we might be able to just privatize it where an organization, someone I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, just, I mean, then those funds would go to the vessel to do the job. It would come back and the fish would get sold. We'd have to go through that calculation, that formula, and see how it gets repaid, I guess. But I think almost you could offer it out to, I mean, literally privatize the charters. And then somebody could pay for the charter and they're just paying. I'm just thinking, I don't know, I have not done this before. So I just know that there's a lot of opportunity in a 501c3s. That money is going to go to the taxes or pay for something. Probably look into
Sure. I could tell you the history of the sablefish in British Columbia when it was rationalized in 1992, a year after the halibut guys, and DFO was having budget discussions like this. It was dire for some reason, and the quota recipients, which weren't formed yet, in the year they were formed, they said, listen, if you reduce the number of boats, we will pay for all the management by ourselves. And that's how they ended up privatizing the management to Landmark, who does, and Landmark. So we own our own science. I'm talking about the Black Cod Association.
Mm-hmm.
We do our own charter. We have a use of fish per pound, but we also have allocate a piece of quota to the charter boat, which catches the charter every year. And it's a bid. The charters are bid on. And then the science is all done by Landmark. And then in January, we bring our science to DFO for peer review, which our scientists are 100 times better than theirs. And then they invariably adopt it. And, we went down 0.5% harvest of the spawning biomass for 4 years in a row up until 2 years ago. And, the quota is high. We've been lucky with some recruitment, all of that stuff too. But that was managed not dissimilarly to this, and it's 100% paid for by the fish. I'm not saying I'm pushing for that, but there is in conjunction with some other avenues of fundraising and maybe possibly some government contributions every little bit. And then you're talking about privatizing the marketing side too, or something like that.
The effort,
the management
of it, because I mean, there's customers in this room, right? So I mean, it's anyway.
It kind of is privatized, right?
Well,
but it's unwieldy right now,
right,
in its present form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jim.
Just to add to the incentive for doing this, treaty calls for the US and Canada to give raw numbers like $1.7 million a year. The United States voluntarily adds about 3 or 4 million a year through the State Department. We have a new administration that doesn't seem that anxious about handing out money. So I think this is a good idea to start with something like this.
I think, and thank you, but I think
could save us.
I mean, formalize it into let's form a committee and see or something. I'm gonna step away from this. This is my first meeting. I don't want to get over my skis here. But I think it's something we need to look at.
Somebody has to say something good here.
You got a long way to go before you're over your skis.
You're not.
Well, all I know is we got one thing going for it, that Miso Blackout did take jet stream levels and it's out of control. So I'm going to be a buyer. All you guys that are selling Blackout this year, don't lose my number. We're going to need it.
Well,
feed the animal.
we've been tossing this animal around for a while, and some out of the box thinking is, I think, timely. We need to do something different, because if we don't, we know where we're headed.
Yeah.
Can I make one more suggestion?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. This is crazy, but it's halfway true. If you just, in our team, okay, here's what we do in our boardroom. We actually go around the table. There's a subject matter, and I ask everyone to give me their input and the list of names that they know. And everybody in our team, they all do that separately. Like, what would you do with this product? And then that's what we do to define the best path for that item, whatever it is. You know, we've made a lot of items. You go to our website, we got a lot of things. So we do that jointly because then it becomes a real team effort. But you wouldn't believe who this guy knows, or Peggy knows, or Tyler knows. You would never know it unless you ask them to make a list about how you would do it if you, then you summation that. And then we gather consensus. And oh, guess what? A bunch of them cross over. A lot of them don't cross over, and they're very good opportunities for sponsorship. And we do it all the way down to packaging. We do pretty forensic study of everything we do. But I just think that we all made a list and then condense it to a committee of maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 people or something like that, and just give it some time to try to foster a new plan, I mean, a sponsorship plan. I made a list over like I said, at lunch. I mean, just Alaskan Leader, these guys call us for money every year. We're getting hit, right? Well, you know, I think we can, all the hook suppliers, the bait guys, the fuel, on and on, the groceries. Costco's got an amazing action plan for philanthropy. No one even knows it. No one knocks on that door. They love doing that. But just, you have to know the people. So I'm just saying we should try something different.
Thank you.
Okay, let's put some words to that.
Yeah.
You know, how do we? PAB makes a recommendation
Yeah,
that,
I can share.
oh, you're
I
going.
try to capture that. Let's see. We can tailor the exact language.
Better be good.
Let's see. Okay.
Look at.
Or maybe
Steve had a comment, and I'll raise it, about, is there a way you can put a special assessment on licensing, like maybe the sports licensing to collect some funds? That can be done, you know, both US and Canada.
Yep.
He was saying they do it on shellfish to pay for the testing.
Yeah, if we go to use of
in
fish,
Washington.
if we go to use of fish, it's not going to be just commercial fish.
But that's
for
what I'm
sure.
saying.
Yeah.
If we, you know, it's like we have a hotel tax, we have this tax, you know, you have a car tax, you have everything when you go stay at a hotel that it's there, but you don't feel the pain at $1.50 per day to go get a sports license when you're out in Petersburg to catch a couple fish.
Yep.
No question back.
And if we kept it open until December 15th, it'd be even better.
I think there was a question there in the back, Lynn.
Oh, hi.
I don't know if you're taking comments from the gallery.
You bet.
One concern with the licensing issues, at least in the US, it's the individual states that issue the fishing licenses. It doesn't come through the feds or the Halibut Commission. So the states would have to be involved. And I know in the state of Oregon, we are currently going through a process, and to change any fees on a sport fishing license in the state of Oregon takes about 2 to 5 years. So there's the added complication of the sport licenses being state rather than federal or IPHC. Thank you.
Just a sec, Peggy. We might have the power to say to the allocation of catch allocated to the sports sector, we could abscond some for funding before it even gets to that level.
What did you say? I'm sorry. Did you say that we could,
Take an allocation of the sports sector's
we meaning the
allocation.
PAB? Sorry.
No, IPHC or whoever is allocating, you know,
Oh, I see.
if there's 5 million going to the sports sector and they can't figure out how to get the funding to roll back in through the states and other things, we give a 4.8 million and
Yes.
200,000 is for funding.
Pay with fish.
Well,
Pay
thanks
with
for that.
fish. It's use of fish. It's just a different format. You know, like when we do the TAC in British Columbia, there's a certain couple £100,000 goes to the charter boat for the test. He catches it and then he leases out whatever, they lease out whatever's left over after they're done, but it's all to do with funding.
So you may have just said that. I'm not sure I heard what I would use, which would be an assessment to the users or the stock stakeholders. But thanks for that, Lynn. I'm thinking we
Yeah.
should probably avoid going through states then, or at least Oregon, and just reach
sure.
out directly to the sports associations there, and that would probably mean get that out of IPHC's realm, since they're not in fundraising business, and start a nonprofit for this purpose ourselves.
This is the kind of talk that would come up in a
Exactly.
committee. Like the committee is going to have 6 or 7 different ideas, and some of them would be more challenging than others, I guess, you know, but all good. And that's a great comment. Thank you very much. I don't think any of us thought it through that far. No, that's great. It's helpful. So what do we got? PAB noted the discussion on possible sources of alternative funding for the FIS fundraising efforts. Committee or working group that would review funding options.
So, Mr. Chair, just a fundamental question. As PAB, if we pass this, we are asking the commissioners to note that. Is there any reason why we would do that? I'm not
sure I
opposed
agree
to
with the
it at
language of
all.
that.
But if this is not going to require commissioner approval or disapproval, or, you know, I mean, I think that it would benefit from
I mean,
commissioners.
just do it, is what you're saying?
Well, not,
I think you want to get them endorsing this.
Yeah.
There's too much tax liability and other things.
they can't put themselves in that position.
No, I mean.
To be aware of it rather
To be
than.
aware.
Yes, to be aware of it. Yeah,
Not sponsor
I
or get
agree.
behind it, but just be aware that we're doing this. So they have the opportunity to say, no, you can't do that, or go ahead, it's a good idea.
Right, okay, that's fair.
I'd like to see a little more teeth in that. I
Yes.
mean, the discussion on possible, those are so soft. I think PAB requested the formation, you know, something a little
Formation of
stronger.
a,
Well, that's the other thing. Why would it have to be limited to PAB? I mean, IPHC should form a fundraising division from everybody. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't have to be in this room.
Information.
I agree. We could put strong language in there, and if this is for the purpose of them knowing about it, we can say what we want about this. And I think we should emphasize the importance of fully funding surveys is the whole purpose of this.
Sure.
And then not get too hard over on the entity itself.
Yep.
But just say, this is what we,
You know, it could
Came
begin
up
like acknowledging the fiscal pressures of
Yes.
greater IPHC. PAB requests some
Yeah.
formation of a breakout committee on funding
options.
funding options. Yeah,
And by
that's
the
good.
way, IPHC might have some ideas as well. There might be somebody on there that can
Well, right, yeah, and
welcome.
this isn't a PAB committee we're
No.
talking about.
I like it.
Should that say the fiscal pressure of the FIS?
Pressure
Regulates the fiscal
on IPHC has got to be in there somewhere. How? PHC, comma, the PAB.
I like the fiscal.
Yeah, the PAB requested.
I think, hold on a second.
Not for the FIS, I don't know where FIS fits in there,
Let's,
period.
what?
This is all options for the FIS.
Where am I?
No, not for FIS.
I had a different meeting.
That's just the charters.
I had a,
This is not just option for the charters. Is that what we're talking about? Raising money for the charters? For FIS then? Is this directed at FIS?
Yes.
And then funding flow into the existing? Is that what we're saying? Yeah,
Is there charters outside of the FIS?
no, but funding option is going to go into general revenue. I mean, I don't know. We're going to run out of money on everything, not just FIS. Go
I
ahead,
think
Greg.
we want to direct it at the FIS. I mean, that was my,
Okay, yeah, no, I get
Yeah.
that.
That's what that
I
language
think
does.
everybody seems to be nodding. Yes. Are they? Yeah.
The phrase through the establishment, do you think that would spike this if they, I mean, what is it, what's our goal?
I think that's where that space is, might be enough, just the top paragraph. The breakout group could, work on different options. There's a couple there, but we're not endorsing anything really, just that would come out of the group, sort of like what you were saying too, in the sports sector and
If we just use that first sentence, that would be a teaser, and I bet the commissioners would ask you questions about that. And you could say whatever, you could.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I-
Because
that
you're gonna
sounds good
get
to
too
me.
wordy. It's
Sure,
gonna get too,
yeah.
it's gonna get too confusing.
don't dilute
We
it.
want to privatize this. We want to gain sponsorships. What do you guys think?
Are you?
And everything's on.
I
the
know
table.
John Nagel would sponsor something, right?
What's this finger pointing? You know what?
Do you-
That might be all we need.
That's all you need.
Heavy
Let's
light
call
on
the
you?
man right now. Get a lifeline out, Mark. Come on.
Wow.
Call a friend.
So is anybody, are we agreeing on that top line? Does anyone add
Yes.
something? Anybody want to add anything?
Acknowledging the fiscal pressure on the IPHC, the PAB requested the formation of a committee or working group to evaluate alternative funding options for.
I like it.
I think it's as clean as it is, and that's it. Is it past tense though? Requested or requests?
Requests.
Well, okay, it says requested, isn't it?
No,
I just
you're
don't.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
that's right. See, Heather would have caught that. Kim's not listening.
Okay, what do you think? Everybody's good over here?
All right.
I don't pretend to be as smart as Heather.
Keith, we're going to start calling you Heather.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I call her Peggy, so you might as well. Okay. So that's one of other business. Are we finished on that subject of other business?
We're
then?
gonna
good to
delete the
go?
lower paragraph.
Yeah.
I want to know,
Yeah.
can I do one more ask? How many would like to be on the committee? Oh, come on, guys, let's go.
If I'm allowed.
Here we go. And you can come in, offer information, then back off. You don't have to be in it every day, but if we're gonna save the ship here, we need to all be in.
Well, I could bring a lot of the information on how the black cod in Canada works, and there's a lot of structure there already in place. We could rob.
Yeah.
And goodwill too from them, for sure.
I think then whoever raises the first donation gets a free round trip ticket on Alaska Airlines.
We always have the same reward.
That's the most money you can.
The most money.
You don't let the guy get the easy.
Coffee
That's
and-
right. We got a place on Maui. I'll give them a week at the
Coffee and a
hotel.
piece of pie.
First donation, you said?
Here you go.
Large, not $1. No, I didn't. He corrected it.
Jim, you spill more than that.
Why are you throwing Canadian money around?
Yeah.
Is it like $3? No, it's actually $2.50.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I think on other business, we can move on to other business. Everybody okay? One of the other things was, kind of not finishing what you said, Greg, about exploring, revising the dispersion of charter, the FIS on the grounds, to cover more ground, more cost effectively.
yeah, I'm not quite sure how to phrase that, but there seems to be a more cost-effective way of doing than what we're doing. 2,000 surveys,
Yeah.
sets or points. I don't know.
I mean, doing that skipper stations and pinks for bait last year in the middle of, we don't want to start doing stuff like that, right? Saying we have one station every 25 miles from here to ADAC, right? So that, then you don't have any usable data either. I guess we need I don't know enough about it to comment on that. Go ahead, Susan.
Why were pinks brought in last year?
Save money,
Price point?
price only.
Okay, and they've already bought the bait for this coming year.
They're not doing it again.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I did talk to him about that.
Didn't work. He said he established a catch ratio for what it was and extrapolated it through, but
So where did they come up with the captain station? Was that an input through the fishermen? Was that fisherman
No,
driven?
no.
Or that was
a
just a,
fist brainstorm.
I would still like to propose or that we should make a proposal that they go to the actual fishermen and ask them for input on how they can make the surveys more successful and more streamlined.
Catch more fish, you mean?
And do it more efficiently. Why is it?
Well, they put the skipper station in to try and catch a bit more fish, and they caught a lot more fish. And so then you get the griping of the people who paid. You only came here to raise more money and you took too much fish doing it.
Well, that's not, no, but I guess my point is, if maybe they need to ask the fishermen themselves, how can they make this not cost as much money to go out and catch this fish? It's the distance, yes, it's this or that, but is there a more efficient way to catch this fish or to do the survey? Yeah, is there a better way to get this done from their perspective?
Yeah, less skippers are actually applying to be boats. So what is turning them off to doing the survey, and what can IPHC change to attract more fishermen to actually want to do it, put in bids?
Yeah, they're running out of bids too because it's just not attractive. Go ahead, Peggy.
Thanks. Yeah, building on what Susan said, I think there is a meeting here with folks at the Secretariat that do the survey and the potential bidders on the survey.
There was one
Do you
last
know-
night.
Okay, so that was last night. So they advertise for those occasionally. So will there be another one maybe in Seattle?
No, the bids are actually going to be due this Monday.
Okay, so
So-
we're running out of time for this year, but normally that would be the time that processors should show up as well as to input, to provide some of this input. We don't get much except at the HANA meeting, I think Dr. Wilson and Dr. Stewart both asked some of the questions that we were answering for them, but I'm just trying to think of other ways to get this information.
So yeah, I'd also like to add that this year the design was adopted early and intersessionally. So I think usually the interim meeting is a good place to see what the design for the FIS looks like and give you a preview of what type of projects we're doing or these kind of new cost saving efforts that might happen. So I think that'd be a great time to attend and listen in and then provide feedback.
So the intern meeting, if you want to have affect some change, you've got to have it figured out for the intern meeting.
Well, no, I think you at least will get the
Recommend.
You'll get some information about the design that's coming up. And at that point, you can have a more express some sort of dialogue with IPHC about any ideas you'd have, but what that looks like, I don't know exactly.
Got a quick question on that. I know the bid shut down, I think on the 31st, right? Was it today or yesterday?
Monday.
Monday? They shut
Yeah,
down.
the 3rd.
Why are they so quick? I mean, I talked to probably 50 fishermen last night that didn't even know the bids shut down. None of them bid on it. So we had 2 or 3 bids maybe instead of 50. I just think the time frame needs to be expanded. These guys just got out of a fishing season. They always go on a holiday. They come back and it's too late. And that's what they said last night.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of that as well, actually. And we've been trying to move up the time. The whole bid process has been moved up in the year, actually, over the last few years. And that was originally because captains were saying that they needed they needed to get this locked down so early because they had to plan the rest of their year. But I think maybe there's somewhere in the middle that we could get. And I think so we can't change it for this year just because of the way that the IPHC process is. So, it would have to go through some hoops. But there is the opportunity if we don't get bids that are affordable at our budget or that we can budget for, we could open it back up. There's a potential for that. There's kind of a loophole for that. But at this point, we have to keep to our announced February 3rd date. But noting that going forward, I think we're going to probably postpone it a little bit later in the coming years.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, I've talking to some of these guys, it's, they want to wait and see what season dates are, what quota levels are, so they better know what they're up against before they start making bids and decisions like this, So I think just pushing it back even 1 week would be so helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thank you for your input.
Yeah, they went earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier. Now they gone too early. Now they got to go back a bit the other way. Well, that's exactly what happened. So I don't know if we have any record of that FIST stuff. We sort of did the FIST and it sort of diverted us into the funding thing. And now we're back on the spatial stuff or efficiency stuff. What do we say about that?
I mean, I can share over my. Actually, this is something different. So if you can share over me, I can share it here.
Let me see if I can.
Do we solicit proposals for cost savings on the FIS and have a submission by the intern meeting or something like that? It's like, or a deadline for submissions on FIS economies, or we should get some science feedback on the effects of changing the grid that we fish on. I mean, it's basically 1 mile squares and it's billions of them in an area. And then we go 400 miles with none. So maybe if you don't do that, you don't get a proper snapshot that works in the science models that we have now. You're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't possibly here, you're in 50 fathoms, they're in 70. That is fishing. Different times a year. You got 2 months to fish, 2.5, 3 months to fish. Big changes in that time too.
First thing that a fish captain's going to say if you ask him about being efficient is, let's stop setting gear in places where you don't ever catch any fish. But that plays havoc with the science because those are the areas that they've been setting for 100 years, right?
But you could weigh it, like, they're talking about going on a 3-year one. Well, put some of those non-productive sites in the 3-year ones. When we went out to, when we did on Alaska, no self-respecting whale would follow us around. It would be a lean season out there. And every time we got any fish, we got whales. The reason why they were there, because there's food there. The halibut were there and we were there. And guess what? The whales were there too. And that's, I mean, I don't know if that's a helpful comment at all, but maybe less sampling of some of the less productive stations,
Well, so if I can
Pardon
put
me?
some context to this as well too. I mean, we do actually have discussions with captains a lot and get a lot of feedback with the captains that we have participating. And the thing that always comes up is what you just said, Bruce, is they don't like fishing in areas where they know they're not going to get any fish because it's inefficient, for instance, to run up into a fjord a couple miles to fish one station that they know they're not going to get anything at and then leave and come back around. And so part of an answer to that was the vessel captain station. So we actually allowed them to replace one of those stations that were inefficient or had a lower catch rate with another station where they could either thought to have better catch rates or get efficiency. So that was one of those places that we said, okay, we'll let you replace one of our on-station grids, right? And as kind of expected, we kind of still needed that data, zero still data. And it is part of the technical habitat, Ray would tell you, Dr. Webster. So it does need to be fished still, according to him. So That was one of those things we kind of tried and realized it didn't really work. It did put too much bias into the data. Another thing that we heard a lot about is we get a lot of complaints about the 8 skates, right? And I think that's prohibitive for a lot of fishermen to get involved because they're long days and they can't do it as quickly in the season, and they have other things they need to go fish. So unfortunately, in the revenue neutral model, the way that when we do our revenue simulation, the way it pans out is that in order for us to afford to be out there, because we're already paying the cost to get a vessel out to those places to fish, it's not much more of a cost for us to tell them to put more skates on there. So we're catching more fish and getting more revenue that actually pays for the fish. Now, if we had a better funding options, as like in the past when we were having better catch, we had better price and all these things. In those cases, their captains were allowed to fish 4, 5, 6 skate stations, and everyone loved those days, and no one had any complaints. We had a lot of competition for bids. It's hard work, a little bit harder work now, just because again the funding is prohibitive. So if we start taking skates off, we just can't afford to do it. We just need more fish at each station.
Yeah, well, just one sec, Peggy. When we do the stations, if we get 3 skates in and part off, that station counts. I think 3 is the threshold, right?
200 hooks.
2, that's 2 skates, so 100 hooks a skate. So we're fishing 2 for science and 6 for money, right? That is 100% of what it is, you know. And if you're doing, you know, stations where there's no fish, you're hauling 8 skates where there's no fish, right? You're getting 20 pounds of skate, something like that. So, and there's a lot of them. So there might be an alternate in there. And I was thinking on what Greg was saying, if we took all these areas, we used to do what, 26, 28 charters. Now we're down to 9 or 10. If you took those areas and split them in half, and you did half, then skip a couple, half and half, you could, you know, 25, 30 stations in an area, at least you're going to there's some huge gaps in these years right now with 9 or 10 stations. You'd still get the density, you'd cover your 1 mile squares, you know, you wouldn't be just willy-nilly here and there, but maybe that's an option to cover more ground.
So one of the reasons why we have the charter regions broken up the way they do is the thought behind the way we have it is that we want more efficiency for the vessels. We've had other designs where we had charter regions and things, but it meant a lot more running to get that spread. So part of the reasons why we group them that way is to try to give efficiency for the vessel so they can try to fish it as quickly as possible. Yeah, the problem is exactly what you said, Bruce, is that sometimes it can be a little more patchy. So it's kind of the give and take.
Keith, go ahead. No such thing.
I just want to ask how many stations each vessel has.
It changed from area to area. It runs from about 40 to 140.
Oh, wow.
So our largest charter region is 89 stations, and that is Charlotte. But you can be awarded multiple charter regions. And yeah, as you said, some of them are as low as like 52 in Ketchikan and Almond and Sitka. So the first day this year will be May 29th, I believe. It's the Friday or the Saturday after what is that, Memorial Day or Labor Day, whatever it was.
Okay, so do we have a summary of any of that? Did we say anything?
Yeah, there's.
Can we?
I don't know if that reflects whatever's on the screen.
Peggy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's Peggy. My mistake. Apologize.
So I don't know so much about the science or the operations of these surveys, but I do know that just like other taboos, you don't fish on spawning stock. Surveys have to be done scientifically so that you use the same space between the grid, the survey stations, you use the same bait, all of that. And there had been a pretty good contingent of skippers that were year after year after year able to do that. Things changed, you know, that nature changes, the price changed, resource changed. But it might be worth adding to this that the PAB recognizes the importance of consistent, scientifically defensible surveys over an adequate space, an adequate number of stations to give us the best stock assessment possible. And have it be, if we could achieve revenue neutrality, I'd say yes. I don't think we can achieve that right now, but we should not be tainting, I'll use that word, the scientific data, which we're not, but it's because we want to please the skippers. I'm sort of paraphrasing, maybe unfairly, that we're causing more work for the scientists to have to separate that data out and not look at the stuff that was from the captain's choices, whatever the word is. So that's just not a good way to go. And we all, I think, realize it, but I just want PAB to sort of make a positive statement about the importance of strong scientific surveys.
I would venture that there's probably no stronger priority in all of IPHC to make the charters more efficient and save money.
Yeah,
We could
I'm in
say
favor
that,
of
I
that
guess,
too.
but like it's
I just don't
in
want
the
to
air.
compromise the
Yeah.
science.
I have heard the comment
They-
multiple times already that we should forego the idea of the charter being financially self-supporting.
Where does the money come from?
It's so tough. We got to be financially self-supporting and we got to be science self-supporting, and we're not doing either.
I'm raising money,
The costs keep
I'm on the
going up.
Vegas, bro.
How many total fishing days do you expect for the charters this year, last year, historical average, whatever?
So we have to have the season ends, everything has to be done by September 15th. And obviously the size of the design is what is the biggest variable, right? And it's changing so much. Like this year, we have basically half the size of the design that we had the 2 seasons previous, right? And so for a single boat this year that's going to be doing 2 regions, it's probably going to take them on average a month and a half. So 6, 7, 8 weeks, 5, 6, 7. It's in that. I mean, if you only get 1 region, then it can take you a few weeks. If you get if you're awarded 2 regions, charter regions, then it'll probably take you 5, 6, 7 weeks, depending on, like I said, there's a big variation in number of stations in each one, and each one has its own risks that might make it longer. Weather, tide, spread of the stations. I mean,
And I'm wondering, I guess, just more in aggregate, I guess what I'm getting at is I wonder if IPHC's ever looked at doing that in the house.
yeah. So I mean, if you're familiar with NOAA, they have their own survey vessels, right? But they end up costing a lot of money to have a vessel year round, and the upkeep and everything that is involved with that, and then hiring out the crews that have the expertise to do these type of things. I think we have looked at it a lot, and I think it's been tossed around a bit, but I think whenever time we kind of run the numbers on it, just that ends up not being working for us.
On the Canadian side, when we go over and the custom fees and all those other fees that go on to fishing in the States, is there any way to limit those costs? Because those costs are heavy for Canadians to go fish charter in the US, and it's really hindered us to bid on something successful.
You're exactly right. Yeah, I put up a slide at the Q&A session that listed some of the fees that Canadian vessels have to pay when they're fishing in Alaska, and it amounts to a couple $1,000s every time they land. So as an international organization, it would be nice to have some sort of some way that we can kind of get rid of those fees. But yeah, unfortunately, that we've even sending our equipment across the border has recently has recently become a problem, and the bureaucracy involved of trying to get these things figured out, it's on like glacial timescales. And but we are indeed looking into that. I don't have a whole lot of hope for it. It's good luck getting a hold of a CBSA and having them help you out. I've been spending a lot of time on the phone the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. Okay, so Joseph has put something up there on one thing that needs to change is to increase bids for the upcoming fifth season. It's too late for that. It's Monday. So we could put for future fifth charters or something like that. I think they're already going to move the dates, so we don't need to repeat that, I don't think. Or we could put in as a note if anybody feels strongly about it. All right, did we capture the discussion there? Are you happy, Greg? We still haven't said anything that you said at all since the beginning.
Well, I think as long as we're bringing something to the table to acknowledge what we want them to acknowledge our concern. I don't have the language.
Me either. Yeah.
But we have to say something. We can't say nothing.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. So you happy with that? Or you want anything added or taken out of that? Or it seems to be pretty redundant with what we're talking about every 15 minutes for the whole thing, but it does bear repeating. Of course, it's a strong concern. Go ahead, Scott.
Last line, to improve the efficiency of fish operation while maintaining scientific integrity.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that gets piggy too. Or without compromising.
Yes. Works.
Everybody happy with that? Liam, stop talking over there, please. Yeah. Okay. Other business. I know I missed something else because there was something from yesterday.
FAC. I have a couple things.
Okay. The FAC report, do you have that on there? And
Yeah.
Norm, you've got something?
Yeah, I was going to maybe bring up the idea of proposing something to suggest that the commissioners, that the Secretariat lend their support to the idea of abundance-based management in the trawl fleet on the Gulf of Alaska.
Okay, we'll talk to that. We'll do the FAC thing and then we'll talk about that.
Regarding halibut bycatch.
Right.
I'll put up there. It's your report.
Okay. Am I going to get to see that thing? Wow, it is. Good Lord.
So just a note, this was what was published yesterday at lunch.
I can be strong opposition. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's two different groups.
Oh, I
Why is money
remember.
being cut here or not? Like,
Yeah. It came up out of the finance thing, but it's not getting any traction anywhere. Pardon?
Do you have any comment?
I would note that the rent went down $150,000. So that's
Holy.
surprising. I
but
didn't think that ever happened.
it's still
Kidding.
astronomically high.
It's still over $250,000.
It's a lot.
It's about 30 a month.
So
But
$1,000 a day.
How many staff are in the building?
I think that, don't know. I think it's 6.
28.
Is there a lab?
We have 28 staff, FTEs,
I believe there are, 28 or 29.
and we do have a lab. And we do have also storage for offsite storage for gear and all those things. The current deal that we're on now, you might need Dave to give you the details, but it is a multi-year deal.
I think it was 10-year that they just signed a new lease on.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly, but they did renegotiate, as you said, for a lot less due to the kind of the commercial real estate kind of plummeting after COVID. So they were able to renegotiate it.
So the FAC requested that the secretariat evaluate those things. Are we weighing into this, or
I mean,
it's other business? Should we comment on
I think
it?
with the PAB situation, I mean, we fought, I think this is our 30th session, but it took a long time for us to get a collective voice on the board and to give that up.
That'll be my last day for sure.
Strongly opposed.
Strongly opposed.
Yeah.
It's what we expressed to our commissioners yesterday in our
Yeah,
delegation meeting.
I think both
The community
delegations
commissioner
were pretty
agrees.
clear about that one.
Yeah.
As far as I know. Yeah, you do, Norm? Okay. Do we just leave it then? I mean, it's not going to get any traction. Do we, should we comment? Yeah, yeah, okay.
I agree with
So-
Susan.
So shortening the meeting is 1, combining the 2 boards is 2, and economical venues is 3, C. Any other ideas is D. So,
So the PAB supports option A, option C, option D, and opposes option B.
What did you say? You went through it too softly. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah, I don't have the mic on. And I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, we talk it around we just put a note out there that we support option A, option C, and option D, but we oppose option B.
strongly opposed.
Strongly oppose.
Is that got everybody? Everybody happy with that? Yeah? I think it's
Please say it again.
that PAB supports option A, C, and D, and strongly opposes B. Is it 28 is the only one we're in our other business? I think so. That's the only one that affects us directly. Okay, good.
Can suggestions be made for D? Can anybody make suggestions? So
Yeah.
we could like say, well, any inter meetings have to be Zoom meetings, not in person, or, for cost savings, or, that's just an example, but.
Any other cost savings?
Well, maybe it's just that
Annual
then,
meetings.
the fact requested, and maybe we put the PAB supports that the secretary evaluate. I mean, that sentence 28, that the PAB also supports that sentence. And let them figure out where they're going to find the cost savings.
For future annual meetings, I mean, it would be easy to pass the hat and pay for the banquet thing without any IPHC funding. That's a no brainer there, but maybe what you're saying, Susan, is there a forum for input into that? Like, is that what you're opening the door for that? Sometimes we suggest things and we never hear about it again until next year, and we suggest it again. Is there some?
Yeah,
some
are they
comeback
opening
on
the
any of
door
that?
for suggestions?
We're requesting a response or something like that? I don't know.
and D.
You'll put the reference on this paragraph. Chair, thank you.
Yes, Katie.
I agree with this. I'm wondering if there is any benefit in adding more to it, such as there were various ideas floated at the PAB on how savings could be realized for future meetings. And we weren't sure how to present that, or, to just say, this is something we all acknowledge. This is a big, big problem. And
I think addressing how they do it, in my opinion, gets it too far into the weeds, that we let them
that's
figure out how to do it. What I would like, but I don't know how to do it, is, in a business, you would put a percentage up there. We want you to reduce what the costs are by X%. You figure out how to do it. That's a strong statement, and it gives them direction. But we don't have those numbers. Mark?
Should we be more aggressively explaining opposes B? Because I was at that meeting in Victoria 30 years ago. We started this whole thing, and the reason that we started the PAG, now PAB, was processors didn't have a say in this. We could go into the conference board and be there, but we weren't there. And now
Got run over.
exactly, and it would be the same thing if they were doing that. That concerns me a little bit, that the system might be going backwards and leaving the processors out. And that's not a good idea.
I didn't get
I agree.
any
I think
sense
it should
that this is going anywhere.
Well, you never know, though. Because it's
Oh,
a
yeah,
changed
sometimes
regime.
Achieves the life, yeah.
So I'm not opposed to throwing some wording in there that maybe addresses that a little bit, due to concerns of the PAB having the ability to,
Have its voice diluted.
yeah, I'm not sure that's the right wording, but
in this
yeah.
process.
And we've worked 30 years to get it to the point where
Right,
we're actually
right,
accepted
right,
for, equal
Sure.
to the conference board.
We've been
Yeah,
doing
that's
this for
good
30
history
years.
too. PAB fought for this position, and we're not gonna relinquish it due to budget constraints. Right?
The direction of both of these groups is similar, but so different that to combine them would make it a longer procedure, where we can be a little more succinct on what we want our message to be. To combine this all in one, it would be cats running around and nobody catching them.
And our voice wouldn't be heard as it
Yeah,
was 30 years ago.
exactly.
It wasn't at all.
I think it should be a standalone paragraph.
Yeah.
Reason listening to a few oppositions.
The dynamics are that the commissioners listen to the conference board and they listen to the PAB. We do have a voice, and they're not saying, oh, by the way, the processors aren't happy with this. We have an entity and a process and a voice that we fought for. It's all
Yeah.
good. Right? Go ahead, Scott.
How about we just put a period right after D and then start a whole new sentence and
Yeah.
strongly oppose option B for these reasons.
Yeah.
Option B is strongly opposed because, or
Yeah.
for these reasons. Boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. And it should be like
Yeah.
bullet points to make it clear.
Option B, noting the history of the establishment of PAB. No, instead of
What
because.
did you say, Carl?
You got a call for side, like, do you want to hit your mic? Both voices.
Hit your mic.
Mike.
Sorry. I feel like it also, like, obviously I feel like it dilutes both voices if combined into one.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's important to have two opinions
That's
brought
good.
forward to the commissioners.
That's well said. Noting the history of.
If anybody has a contact on the conference board, hopefully they can text them to tell them we're looking at this and ask for them to.
Say the same thing, yeah.
Peggy.
Joey, why don't you send that up to Ben?
Noting the importance of having the PAB, having a voice.
I was kind of going to the history a bit of the establishment of it.
Importance of the history.
Noting the long history of the PAB.
It is. I think it comes up in
Direction of
meetings and FAC, which is up on the video. If you were to look
Noting the
at
importance
the
of
unique
it,
perspective of
each committees,
that
breaks down.
of each board, right? They're boards of
Where's
each
Heather? Where's
boards.
our wordsmith?
So we used to have the IM.
I never thought I'd say I missed Heather.
Taking
Importance of each board,
I just remind
boards.
There's no value.
Input.
unique perspective.
There you go.
Unique perspective.
Meeting each board, so there is value to be in a room together for this, right? To facilitate easier discussion.
Input.
Like that part would be like eliminated. Right. If you have remote, then take your remote on Thursday, Friday, and get together Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Haven't got the history.
There's been a lot of.
I don't know, maybe it needs to not be in there.
Talk between us.
Nick,
So,
Can you capitalize these?
Capitalize what? Scott, you're out. You're in, you're out. Option B.
Provides. Each, that each board provides. Board provides. To the common goal. Of our groups.
To the greater good.
I think maybe to the
IPHC process.
To the IPHC process.
There you go. Beautiful.
They've all been pretty short and pretty succinct, and I kind of like that. Where the PAB strongly opposes option B, noting the importance of the unique perspectives and inputs of each board provides the IPHC.
I would like option B to be its own paragraph. However, I think it should be.
I would just take however out and put the PAB. It's just an extra word. And then, and drop it down to, yeah. Yes. Okay, okay,
Would you want
Scissor.
separate paragraphs?
just like that. That's great.
Separate paragraphs?
Like it is there. Is that a separate paragraph?
Because we could have this, named
Okay.
as one and the
The
other.
conference board just approved the same thing 20 minutes ago.
Like this, separate.
That's perfect.
Yep.
Pardon? Yeah, like that. Yeah, sure, that's good.
Joseph's gonna keep being our secretary. We're gonna have to give him a raise.
But
It's cute too. Yeah, just opposes.
I mean, I don't think you need to use strongly. It's kind of.
Yeah, I agree.
Offensive. It's a little abrasive. There you
It
go.
doesn't fit the 24-hour reply to email rule.
Good.
Hockey.
I think struggle should be in there or.
Sorry.
Fine then.
No,
That's good.
I think that really the cost is just in having a separate room.
I think it's good. We said our message on it, and I think conference board agrees, so
Yeah. it was
we're done.
good.
I like it. Okay. I don't have any more, I'm just gonna go back on FIS again, like this, they came out with some crazy ideas and going to Pinks and the skipper station and everything. Those are radical departures. We freak out every time they change the model and they They, you know, I don't know how, they should have to propose these changes for a little bit of overview, I would think. I don't know how we voice something like that. Do we want to? That was crazy. We only had 10 charters and we did that to all of them. Half pinks and the skipper sinks. So that means like 2 out of 3, one out of 3 of the stations in 9 charters was not usable. That was going too far, you know? Anyways, Canada provided 1% of their TAC to the charter last year. Didn't go to our fishermen's quotas, went to the charter. That's pushing the budget thing too far. That's not right.
Well, we're going to be back on the
Yeah.
subject of fish viability. I've been debating about bringing this up. I'm going to bring it up because we're all sitting here. We're all processors. We all buy these fish. We bought a load of survey fish this summer and we rejected all of the bycatch, lingcod and yellow eye, because of the quality issues. The fish were warm, they were soft, they were not worth saving, and they're worth some money. And the halibut were fine. They did a good job. Fish were clean, they were cold, but the bycatch was not. And this is not a phenomena that's unique to the fishermen. If you get less paid for the product, the tendency is to take less care of it. But if we're looking at profitability of the fish, cents matter, dollars matter. There was no reason. I know it's really good eating fish that we just had to throw in the grinder. So that, I don't know if the PAB wants to take a position on that, but just know that I know that the discussion on quality off of those boats has been an issue with processors in the past. So just forwarding that along.
Claim should be a direct cost to the boat, 100% off of their charter. They're paid, they bid on the charter and they say they're proficient. They're only allowed to fish 6 days. If you mess the fish up, you should pay it out of your pocket. It's nobody else's fault but your own. You're taking a charter saying you're going to take care of that fish. If you don't, it's your cost. That's my feeling. I've done it and paid.
Yeah, I mean, we buy a lot of the, well, not a lot, but some of the charter fish in Homer, and the peacock that comes in, it just goes straight to the grinder. Like but I mean, doesn't the charter boats, don't they make like 100% of the bycatch?
That's what I was going to comment, that the bycatch goes to the crew or the boat.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're already incentivized to do a good job, right? If they don't, it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's not, 1,000 pounds of peacock at 40 cents a pound is $400, but that's $400 that they're not getting, and it takes them an extra 15 minutes to hike the fish.
100% cost to the boat.
Well, and last year we were lowballing the bid on the fish because we knew it was garbage, and then we got an email, you need to raise the price because that's not a good price. But it's like, well, it's garbage fish. So you either deduct it out of the halibut price, or you factor that into the halibut price and say, oh, you want us to pay 50 cents for rockfish? Well, then I'm going to take a dime off the halibut price. And
we brought in 8,000 pounds of halibut and 9,000 pounds of peacock. It's all shit. I mean, well, it's just, we all know it, and that should be a cost of the boat. You bid on the charter, don't do that, right?
So yeah, this is something
should be formalized.
Yeah, this is definitely something that, thank you for bringing up. And this is something we want in the discussions when we have in the office. I'm the one that's often talking to you on the phone. So if you're having quality issues, that definitely needs to be relayed to us, because I think for the longest time on the FIS, we actually had maybe one of the best reputations. We know we hire some of the best guys to go out work on the FIS. We have the best captains, the best crews traditionally, and we really have pushed to have a really high standard when it comes to quality. And really, we don't support any slip in quality whatsoever. So when this started coming up in rooms like this, and we're hearing whispers about it and things, we're as a way to try to figure out how to remedy this issue, we did come up with this this form. It's a checklist form for fish quality, and I know that I'm the ones that's handed that to the people on the dock many times. We try to get the plant manager to get involved in looking at the fish quality, writing what the problems of the fish actually are. We have them take temperatures of the fish to see if it's icing, if it's chalky, what are possible reasons why our fish is bad quality and if there's deductions. But lots of people don't take that seriously necessarily. They just sign and push it to the side. But we really do need that feedback because, we don't have any other recourse when we don't have it documented. So, I would just urge you guys to be try to get the people that are at the plant to be more involved in that. And also if you guys are more involved with the communication to the office headquarters, because if that's something that I can deal with directly, and and I understand that affects quality, obviously affects the price, and we've all talked to, we want to get the best price, right? So that's very important to us.
That's why our pricing on the rockfish last year was like a dime or a nickel because of the quality of previous seasons. And then we were told we couldn't do that anymore, but it's like we were doing a favor to take it to throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, and part of so we do go through a bid process, and what ends up happening is there is always people end up trying to game the system a little bit here and there. A lot of people were seeing that in those specific scenarios that they learned we're getting the halibut and maybe the vessel's getting the rockfish price back. So people thought that they could start paying a penny for the rockfish and giving a better price on the halibut. And so we did have to come up with something to kind of like put a stop to that and have a minimum and things like that. It wasn't because we were denying the fact that we had bad quality in the past. We just wanted to make sure that people weren't just trying to game it. But I hear you. I know. And so one of the problems that we had specifically with rockfish, I know in 2B, and I think maybe all over, we do have a rockfish tagging projects that we do that are dockside, and we have ADF&G and other organizations that come and come down to the dock and actually tag or do samples on the rockfish, and they're sitting out, they're getting kind of mangled sometimes and all these different things. So we've been working really, really hard to see if we can limit those collaborations, because it's obviously not working if they're ruining the product. So the last couple of years, we haven't actually been having dockside collaborations. We would like to continue them. They get really, really great data, and that's our secondary objective on the FIS is to collaborate. But part of it is getting better trained individuals on the dock that are dealing with the byproduct. So that's just some background on that.
What's going on with the conference board?
The bad buyers, certainly no one here, of course, that won the halibut bid and paid a penny for rockfish. So that's the other side of bringing in crappy fish too. But I guess all you could do is scold them into not doing it. That's about all we did. Go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead, hit that mic.
When you guys do the sampling on the rockfish for ADF&G, do they pay you to do that?
For the ADF&G,
or whoever you're sampling,
right? For. Yeah, usually we do have a negotiation with either pay or data or something along those lines. But as the scientists, we're really interested in. It's important to us to do scientific collaboration. That's just kind of what we're here for. So, usually that's not a big part of what we do. Is and they're having issues too getting money. So sometimes they need to help us when we get information from like the trawl survey to help inform our stock assessment or something like that. So NOAA does that for us, and so we take measurements for them, and so there's some give and take. But
well, yeah, those sampled rockfish are just usually always unmarketable. So that also, when you get like whenever you see those ones where it's like 4,000 pounds of yellow eye sampled, they're just like you can't use them. Like, yeah, it's not even worth filleting them and freezing. Like just the amount of money you put into it, it's not even worth the freight. Yeah,
and it's really too bad because the rockfish obviously do get a great price when they come in great quality. With if you can bring them in whole, especially I know there's markets that cater straight to that. So and so that has been part of the reason why I think that it's been on hold for the last couple of years, and we're trying to figure out maybe a better way of having enough funding on their end to maybe do it. And maybe that means that they just buy the rockfish at some price, you know, and they can sample it themselves and not even have to sell it through us. That's been something that's been brought up, but yeah, we're in current negotiations on how that looks.
Tyler, do you send a letter out to the industry before the seasons start explaining what the surveys are all about, other than people in this room that are involved in that, and explaining, I mean, going back to raising money, is there a general introduction and how important it is and exactly what it's all about? I had that conversation with the young woman last year, but I'm not sure that it ever went anywhere. And with Dr. Wilson, but
Yeah, so we send out a media release to new. I think everyone's email should be here, and then we have a huge email list. We do send out a media release that I would have to check to see if it's an annual thing that we do, but we do send a media release out that promotes the FIS. But I'll look into that and see if
because I think that's kind of important.
Yeah, for sure, and
as a reminder every year. Exactly.
Right. And absolutely. Yeah. Let me. I'll take note.
Go ahead, Peggy.
So I just came from the conference board, and they dealt with financial and administrative committee actions yesterday morning. And they also said that they're strongly opposed to a separation of the two advisory groups. And they added.
Combining, you mean?
Pardon me?
Opposed to a combining, not a separation.
Sorry, they're strongly opposed to a combining of them. Yeah, strongly in favor of a separation. And they also suggested that they choose venues that are not as expensive. And the second thing was that they start earlier in the morning, and in that way they can maybe make it into a 4-day meeting instead of a 5-day meeting, and that they start first thing Monday morning and instead of noon.
So they made suggestions on how. I did speak to somebody about this venue, and it does go out for a bid process. So they reached out to 3 different places, received 3 bids for this. So it wasn't like, oh, we're going to go to this hotel. They did their due diligence by receiving bids. But they did say one of the constraints is size of the group that limits where they can have their venue.
As long as the dollar is so low, we might as well stay in Canada.
Yeah, that's right. You give them $1, you get $1.50 back. Yeah. No, all the prices are the same. Yeah. Wait till we're a state. That'll be good. Yeah. Okay.
Hold on a second, Bruce.
I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Lynn Mattis with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Pacific Fishery Management Council. On the subject of the rockfish and the cod, and maybe Tyler was going to get to this at some point, those fish technically belong to the states, and they're kept on the survey because they have a swim bladder and they're going to die. So since they're going to die anyway, and especially like on the US West Coast, it's the only source of new information on yellow eye rockfish we have. So we as a state agency, we supply IPHC, the tags and everything. And then when they come in to deliver port samplers from my agency, meet the boat and do the sampling. Luckily at Newport where I'm at, we've got a sampler who knows how to get them under the operculum. But the rockfish and lingcod are only retained because they're, or not lingcod, Pacific cod is because they're already going to die anyway. So if we can get some information from them since they're going to die anyway, we want to. And yeah, we work pretty closely with Tyler and the survey team to make it as efficient as possible. And I know in Oregon, we work with our buyers to try to limit the damage so we can help buy them. But there's a number of reasons why those species are kept and why they may have some damage.
Right. Yeah. We shouldn't have the incentive to catch bycatch on a survey. So that's the only reason why we keep those. And then all of the proceeds, at least in state waters in Alaska, will go to ADF&G. So none of the state water fish from those stations will go to IPHC or, I believe, the vessel captains.
We have no problem in Bellingham with the sampling done, either by IPHC or by, yeah, they do an excellent job. So we don't see damage that way. It was more of a quality, lack of icing fish or just poor handling on the vessel, I think, too.
For some species, it's the only unique source of program. So we really do appreciate the partnership and understanding salmon is going to use the fact that's what this would trade off, at least for us for the long term. But
It's a nightmare in Canada. They take all day to do it, and the truck's sitting there ready to go to bring a bunch of worthless fish with them, and it's just a nightmare to do that in Canada.
That's some kinks to work out to me.
In the catcher boats, use some of their bycatch for bait, like fishermen will go use cod, or maybe they can use the bait that they, the caught fish for their skipper fish or whatever, their skipper stuff.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's one of the most important parts of the standardization is that high quality chum bait. The catch varies a lot once you start changing baits around. So as we saw with the pinks, even just changing the salmon to pink salmon.
Well, I don't have any more notes about other business. Oh, yeah, Norm, did you want to talk about Alaska bycatch?
I did. Peggy had something.
Peggy?
Nursery areas.
Okay.
Okay. My suggestion would be that the PAB make a recommendation that the Secretariat lend support to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council in regards to establishing abundant-based management in the trawl fleet in the Gulf of Alaska.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I can't make the motion. That's the wording if somebody wants to make it a motion.
It's an emotion.
It's an emotion.
I can
We already did the.
I'm making the motion that.
Yeah, it's done. Yes.
Sorry.
Did you catch that, Joseph? Yeah. What he said.
What's that?
I think we need to add in abundance-based management for halibut bycatch limits to the trawl fleet. Yeah, it's in the Bering Sea already. So it's just the Gulf, but yeah. It only took us 10 years to get the Bering Sea down.
Do we say anything about observer coverage?
Whole other thing.
And another thing.
Sorry, what's that? I do have another other, yes. Have we voted on this?
Well, I guess we go around the room and see if there's any challenge with that. If there's anybody have a challenge. maybe we'll vote on it. See anybody have a challenge. We'll fight. Go ahead, Peggy. You have another item you'd like to bring up?
So the reason I'm pausing is because I'm trying to find some notes, but more importantly, if this is a motion, my motion doesn't speak to this at all. So I don't know that we can have two motions on the floor at the same time. So I'm not sure what you're thinking to have me make my pitch for protecting nursery areas, which is what my motion would be about, before we get this taken care of.
You've been doing and bringing up each other thing and recommendation.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If it's not going to be motions, can we just list our recommendations?
Yeah.
This one, and then the next bullet point, and then the next bullet point.
Just thinking it through, to me, this is a pretty important topic. I think we all think that it's important, and it might be good to just actually have a vote.
If we're gonna vote on one, we gotta vote on all of them then.
So, Mr. Chair, the words that we use are going to are going to describe how we feel about them. And at the beginning of every report, there are the words that we use for this. So whether we move on it or not,
Okay.
we certainly could, and then we could show the vote, So I would say with anything that we feel strongly about, we put the word strongly before the recommend. And Joseph, you can give us some help on this. Is there anything stronger than recommend? I guess I could.
Request.
No, it's
we
this
only
note, it's a request or a recommendation.
Okay,
Both requests and recommendations are moved in the report to a prominent section of the report.
thank you.
The notes are staying in the text of the
Okay.
report. So
Okay,
as is, that would really be highlighted under recommendations
okay.
or requests. That's up to the PAB to determine whether this is a recommendation to the commission or a request to the
So if
commission.
we word it as
Okay.
a request, it elevates the importance. Is that
Yes.
what I'm hearing?
He says both do. So
So,
I think since we started other business, we've got a whole bunch of these, and if on the strength of that conversation, we better start at other business and do it for every point that we've made.
be consistent. I think that's right.
So Chair, you're talking about voting for every single item under
Other business.
other business? Okay, so then we'll,
We want to start with this one, it's already up.
Or,
then it's
We
required.
can, sure.
for time purposes, if, as we come up with all these bullet points and recommendations.
Okay, well, yeah,
If
let's
there's
just do
no,
this one.
if there's no opposition to any of those as we go along, why don't we just have one vote at the end for all of them? Instead of voting on each individual one.
Sure, I'm all for that.
So we add it to this.
All of these points in other business are unanimous. We'll just quickly, when we're done, we'll just click through each one, have a look at it before you, and we'll vote on the
And-
preponderance.
And just for clarification, recommended is the highest for commission awareness.
Upon request.
Yes, recommended is the very highest.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. That's good information. Okay, so let's go to the next one. And now, so it would be you now, Peggy.
Okay, so my, your red paper on the wrong one. Thank you. So,
Hammer.
looking at the big picture of the stock and the struggles that we're having with the stock, my suggestion is that we support the research that would identify nursery areas throughout the range of the Pacific halibut that could be protected, or for the protection of it. And I'm sorry to stumble. I just haven't had I haven't found my notes of that, but they came from one of the joint conference board, the U.S. delegation on that. And I think Linda's going to produce something for the conference board too. But she was just texting me to find the reference in the convention, in the IPHC convention. And it is here, and I can read that. It's under Article 3, number 3, Arabic number 3, G in parentheses. And it is a fraction of a sentence, so I'm going to find the first part of it. Okay. 3 says, for the purposes of developing the stocks of halibut in the northern Pacific Ocean and Bering Sea to levels which will permit the optimum yield from that fishery and of maintaining the stocks at those levels, the Commission, with the approval of the parties and consistent with the annex to this convention, may, after investigation has indicated such action to be necessary, with respect to the nationals and fishing vessels of, and fishing vessels licensed by the United States or Canada, and with respect to halibut, there's A, there's B, there's C, these are all housekeeping rules, D, E, F, and then G says close, let me just make sure I'm saying this right. Yes, with respect to halibut, close to all taking of halibut in any area or portion of an area that the Commission finds to be populated by small, immature halibut and designates as nursery grounds. So going back to the historical context of this, that's been standing in our convention. So that's as close to a constitution as the IPHC gets. And every 20, 30, 50 years, maybe they have a convention. This is the most recent one. And at some point, they did assign a nursery area in the Bristol Bay area. And then they did close that to all halibut fishermen, but the council has it wide open for all the trawl gear and longliners and anything else. Right now, I was talking to Ian about this yesterday. He said, if you go in there, you're not going to find any halibut except small halibut, which kind of makes my point. these are the notes I was looking for. Oh, it's in the text. So because we're so concerned about the stock, I think it might be time again to remind them that we should support some research to find other nursery areas and see what we can do to protect them. That's basically it, not well worded.
Basically, research and identify potential, research, identify and protect nursery areas, potential nursery areas.
There's been a lot of talk about moving in new nursery areas this year by Ian. I'm not sure I retained any of it, but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What did you say?
there's been a lot of talk about shifting ideology around nursing grounds, especially this year, different areas and different things, and maybe some evidence countering what our historical thoughts are on it.
Yeah.
I think that it might be I don't know. It's just my opinion. Is it okay if I just speak to it a little bit? Do you mind? I mean, I don't know.
Absolutely.
It might be a little bit premature to say establishing areas to protect, but we should certainly be growing our knowledge base on nursery areas. It's in all of our concerns, but we need to identify how important or emphasize how important the protection of nursery areas are to us if we can figure out what they are. Now that's even worse language than yours, Peggy, but
Sure.
go ahead, Mark.
Just coincidentally, the last time we had the meetings in Vancouver, when Amendment 80 guys showed up, and there were a lot of people in the room that had no idea that they were able to fish in the Bristol Bay Nursery or anywhere else. The only reason they showed up is that word got out, and they were trying to protect themselves. I noticed they haven't really showed up in the last few years. That was astounding to me. I don't know when that was. 10 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
But it blew a lot of people's minds in the meetings that they were able to fish. We weren't. And it doesn't seem to have been changed or fixed.
So doesn't the Amendment 80 guys kind of spring to mind? Don't they do all their fishing in nursery areas?
I'm not hearing him.
You can look at AIS, they're right off Cape Constantine, it's that whole area, all the way down to the Digging River is nursery.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're catching 6-pound fish all day long. I know that.
Yeah.
You know,
All year.
so we
So
could emphasize that we care about that. Yeah.
So I found the motion that Belinda's going to give to the CB, and I can read it out loud and we can compare with what we have up there if you want.
Sure.
Request commissioners direct appropriate IPHC staff to conduct review and as needed research to identify spawning and nursery areas of biological importance to the halibut stock to determine whether management actions to protect these areas could promote recovery of the halibut stock.
That's good.
Pardon me?
You wrote that?
No, Linda did.
Oh,
Peggy could have wrote it.
very impressive.
No, she's got it together. She's younger than I am. I think hers is,
Does it hurt to just do verbatim?
no,
Yours?
Yeah. You could just send that over to Joseph and have him copy and paste.
Nursery habitat area, is that in there?
habitat might be better.
Habitat's a big word. People live there. I think neighborhood.
Identify.
So ours is more passive than hers. Hers says request commissioners to direct appropriate staff to conduct review and as needed research. So she gives them a break. They could just do a literature review.
Well, that's the conclusion at the end.
to make a decision on that, on how those vessels would be affecting that halibut area. So I think somewhere there needs to be a.
And her, I mean,
Decision.
this is pretty good. Her conclusion is to identify spawning and nursery areas of biological importance to the halibut stock. And then her big picture conclusion is to promote recovery of the stock. I mean, I like it. I can make some changes to it.
Well, production is
Or-
the same thing, right? We're less wordy than her.
I'm surprised.
Sorry.
Do
Support.
you want to see this? Shall I
Research.
send it to you?
Peggy, if you're all right for, on the end of that, I would add, it should be sent to the Research Advisory Board for their agenda and their discussion at their next
Research Advisory Board and the SRB?
meeting. And the answer, yeah, sure.
You can also send that to, if that doesn't reflect what you.
So the sentence below sort of reflects what we heard from the CB. So review and conduct as needed research on spawning and nursery areas of biological importance for Pacific halibut to promote recovery as the stock. The upper sentence is what was transcribed from what was said here.
Are we recommending this?
Yeah. Protection's not bottom one. It's got to be in there.
Next.
Somewhere. Go ahead, Nick.
I don't know what else I'm turning on. Don't we also want to prohibit fishing activity inside those areas? Because at the end of the day, we can have as much research as we want, but if people are still fishing in those nursery grounds, nothing's going to happen, right? So ultimately, you want to prohibit fishing in those grounds.
Yes, that's the council. That's not the IPHC.
With a goal of creating protected areas. Something like that.
With the goal of what?
Establishing protected areas.
Prohibiting fishing in those protected areas.
That's a good point.
Then they would have to take it to council. I mean, I like that. It has to have a conclusion.
Has to be clear.
Yeah. Conclusions, we don't want to put boats in our area in the nursery. So,
Would you have to specify the type of fishing?
Yeah, because it's already off limits. It's considered off limits. But that's to us and
Prohibit any fishing.
yeah, that's better.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't just stick to commercial fishing, because you might get into some sticky water with subsistence folks, depending on where those areas are.
Well, it's a good point, what you just said, commercial, because you mentioned longliners earlier, we don't fish up there, so I don't know what longliner would be up there. But I'd say commercial fishing, makes generalize it that way.
So with respect, I think we're getting over our skis because we don't want the commissioners to say this is way beyond our purview. We want this to be something that they can swallow, hook, line, and sinker. Thank you. And so that's one of the reasons why I like Linda's words better than mine. It's just to request the commissioners direct appropriate IPHC staff to conduct review and as needed research to identify spawning and nursery areas of biological importance to the stock and determine whether management actions to protect these areas could promote recovery of the stock.
Sounds good.
So I request the commission to support research.
Or skis, but I like having it in there.
Throughout the range of juvenile Pacific halibut.
I like that.
Is it on habitat or in habitat? Such a.
It depends on the
Range
context.
of juvenile.
But between
life
identify
versus
and
health.
nursery, we need to insert spawning area or spawning and nursery. We just want to add it. We know that this probably isn't possible, but nursery habitat throughout the range.
Did she have spawning in her verbiage?
She has spawning and nursery areas of biological importance to the halibut stock. I'm fine with that. How do you guys feel? Do you want to look at her quote? We could take that out. Yeah, good. That's better.
So just a point for consideration, we're talking through this. I have a little bit of a challenge with adding spawning into this because halibut spawn all up and down the coastline.
I agree. I agree. We can take it out.
Nursery areas are different than spawning areas. They spawn everywhere.
I agree. Let's make this tight as possible.
I think when you're submitting a thing that's like 25 words, you don't need to phrase it like a Philadelphia lawyer here. I mean, we're all going to understand the concept of what we're talking about.
Any changes you want, Bruce?
I like it. I like the straight wording of it. It's good. I just, nursery habitat of biological importance for the Pacific halibut stock for their protection. Is that the right language?
Yeah. It's, so she's very specific about this. She says it is to determine whether management actions are available to protect the areas, which could promote recovery of the halibut stock. And I guess I would take out including a prohibition. That's completely out of their venue, out of their wheelhouse. Absolutely, completely.
It could, if you want prohibition on there, you could say something like identify the areas
Let's wait till they even get there. We don't
at
even
risk, you know.
Well, it
for
has,
commercial fishery.
Right. If it's a nursery area, it's at risk at this point. That's what we're trying to say.
That's the draggers going over there.
Yeah, it's all in back.
is prohibition of commercial fishing implied by protection already?
Take out.
Could be.
How's that look?
Identify nursery habitat.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hi, Heather.
Hi,
You're back.
I'm back. It's not up to me. It's a mysterious system that sometimes lets me in. I have a comment on this, if I may.
Of course, yes.
I'm a
Please.
little bit worried about commercial fishing activities, meaning any commercial fishing activities such as pot or longline. And so it's almost like be careful what you ask for, because you could have a nursery habitat in lots of places, it sounds like, and then that would become an issue for protection from what? Would it be protection from just trawling? Would it be protection from other longline activities or pot fishing activities? So maybe it's best to leave that a little bit unsaid so that you don't imply that you would close these particular areas to all commercial fishing. I don't know if that's your intent. If it is, that's fine. But if it's not, it ought to be either not said or said more specifically.
I mean, if you just said for their protection, period, and you took that out, we're getting,
I think so. I think
Yeah,
that's
right.
much more palatable, because if you go to the next step and sort of indicate that these nursery habitats might be, you know, off limits for everybody or off limits for some people, that might give them pause, as somebody said. I think it's, you know, I'm kind of torn. I agree with whoever said, yes, the idea would be to keep them from being, you know, ruined by commercial fishing activities. But if you say that right up front, you may not get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
It's a third rail.
Yeah. You got to be careful, which, you know, step by step kind of thing.
isn't that what we're saying though? We don't want any commercial fishing in there. I mean, the word risk would be nice to get in there somewhere. But,
I think there would need to be an assessment of the level of risk, and there need to be an assessment of the impacts on all of the commercial fisheries, you know, because this would be, I think, as Peggy already said, there would be a council action that would ultimately take place. And there would be a pretty extensive analysis on the impacts of any kind of closures. And so when you get to that point, you know, it gets really, you know, it gets analyzed basically, which is good. So you would, if you make the assumption that they would be closed, I think you're going a step too far.
And I think to be positive and say that what we want them to look at is these nursery areas to determine whether management actions to protect them could promote the recovery of the
That's right.
stock.
That's exactly
So there's
right.
a few steps there that are all positive that you can't really say I'm against the recovery of the stock.
That's right.
We're trying to make this connection of the additional research and the benefit to the stock.
Correct. I agree. That's the better way to say it, because it's giving people faith that there's going to be a look at all of that and see what is the next step, rather than sort of assuming that the next step would be prohibition of all commercial fishing in those areas.
So as soon as we start talking about nursery habitat or nursery stocks or nursery grounds, everybody in the room knows what it is, and all that other stuff is implied. How much of the implied stuff do we want to include in this? I guess that's all we're talking about.
Right.
So we can add a lot in or a little in or a bit in, but everybody reading it knows what we're talking about, I think, in this forum.
Yes. But if you're faced with a room full of, you know, bottom trawlers, they're going to assume that this is an attack on their fishery, and they're going to lobby hard to keep it from ever happening.
That would save us a lot of time if they understood that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we do want to identify and protect nursery grounds. So however we want to say it, everybody agrees on that. You know?
Yes.
That's the one exception I have with Linda's comment is spawning scares me, because I know we talked about not wanting to fish on spawning stocks, but we're talking about spawning area. That's basically the whole Gulf.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Well, that's a good point for sure. No.
You want to see, this is the text from, this is the text from
Conference board.
the conference board. Take out spawning. Yes. Would that be appropriate?
Take out the first conduct.
Yeah. appropriate. That's good.
The commissioners.
That the commissioners. I don't know. Question.
Tyler,
As to determine. So as to determine whether management actions. Technical areas can promote recovery of the stock. That's probably better English. So as to determine, right?
right after stock.
Importance of the halibut, Pacific halibut stock. So
Less
as
is
to-
better.
so as to
Always.
determine.
Here too, furthermore, party of the first part.
From Philadelphia.
Yeah.
A good senator from Philadelphia.
We could, just to get out of redundant to, we could change the last phrase to protect to protecting. It's hard to understand.
I like to promote, recovery, right? You want to encourage.
Promote, yeah, I like that word
Promote
too.
recovery of the stock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's just be realistic. I mean, that's exactly what has to happen.
To promote stock recovery.
It sounds better than reading that resolution.
What?
Just read the whole thing out loud, it sounds good.
I could not be more indifferent.
We could say biomass instead of stock.
It's a mess, but it says what we're trying to say. Manage actions to protect.
I just have one thing. Tyler told us a bit ago that recommend supersedes requests as far as a level of importance to the commissioner.
Recommends. Yeah, I like that.
So in that, Tyler, do you know if that there's any assumption that recommend is of higher urgency than request, but requests means do something and recommend is more passive, even though it might be more strong?
I believe that the recommendation forces the commission to respond.
Great. That answers that. Okay.
Recommendation.
Better. Okay.
We put habitat there, use word habitat.
In our first one, yeah.
So replacing areas by habitat?
I think it's fine without habitat.
I like that better. But at the beginning recommends that the commission direct. Put that in and take out.
Are we
two,
talking about
please.
spawning stock or
Thanks,
is
Joseph.
this? Biomass is, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Habitats, direct.
Okay, I think we need a bathroom break for 10 minutes, everybody. Gonna request, oh, sorry,
Is
Carl.
the IPHC pushing golf?
If possible.
So just that one.
A quick bathroom break.
Well.
I think we're at
sometime
pretty
that
close to the end of our
needs to be
list.
reviewed to write it out for the
We can show it on screen.
Yeah.
If that's our last other, we could look at all the others and vote on them right now and then take a break for that.
Yeah.
Sorry to
Go ahead,
everyone
Scott.
to the bathroom. I would do next paragraph. The tab recommends that the research advisory board and the scientific review board look over the findings
Look over the findings.
of the secretariat staff reviewing and doing the research to identify nursery areas and if they make a difference.
Take action. The idea is that applicants making it actionable.
Scott, was that a note or a recommendation again? Recommendation?
Okay. Your hand up or you just? Okay.
What if you ask?
Pardon?
We're getting an action at the end. Recommends that the RFP
Do you have to
to create.
say what?
Yeah, what's it for?
The findings of?
At the end, you want to create an actionable, it's gotta be, you do something with it, right?
For adoption into the management plan.
There's gonna be a goal, right? It's a goal to. Where's my attorney?
For consideration of the management of the resource. Future management.
Mark, get an attorney in the room. Some words on that. Get it in action.
These are boss. I don't know that stuff.
We're defining the nursery habitat research with the goal of making it actionable.
Creating management procedures.
Yeah, it needs to be an actionable item, right? Whether you're gonna research it all, then what? The goal of
Incorporating into
an
management,
actionable
to
item.
management procedures.
Mark, say something. Okay.
We're in the.
No, but don't you want to like, with that restoring would be restoring would require stop, shutting off fishing in that area, right?
The goal of sustainability. I mean, I think.
Sustainability of the resource.
Okay. Research with the goal of increasing.
Using or promoting.
You already said that, I thought.
Ratings on nursery habitat, that increase in sustainability and health.
Does that work for you, Scott? You were asking for that amendment. That's good. Okay. Are we done with that?
It's fine. It's almost the same sentence twice in a row.
Just doubly care.
Yeah. I care. Okay, so let's look over all the others. Make sure everybody agrees and we'll vote on adoption of all of them.
You know, it's probably easier if I share my screen again.
Probably. We can just go through each one and then.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'm just going to be showing as it will appear in the report. Mhm. No, that's not it. Jesus. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll need to expand that as much as we can. Let's see. Okay, so the first one would be 29. So the one highlighted, it's the item highlighted in yellow, acknowledging the fiscal pressure on the IPHC. The PAB requested the formation of a committee or working group to evaluate alternative funding options for the FIS.
No objections to that, right?
Next. Everybody okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna highlight the next one
Okay.
in yellow. Okay. I'm going to read it. The PAB noted the discussion on the advantages of improved communication between vessel captains and IPHC Secretariat to increase beats for future FIS charters, as well as for providing useful inputs to improve efficiency of the fish operation without compromising scientific integrity.
I like it.
No concerns?
Green light.
Sounds good.
Okay, this one starts with the layout of the different options for regarding the FAC request. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just the heading. The PAB noted the fact request in document such, paragraph 28, with the different options A, B, C, D. And this is the actual, and I'm going to highlight in yellow the PAB response. So the PAB recommended adopting options A, C, and D in paragraph 28 of document IPHC 2025 FAC report. 34 would be that the PAB strongly opposed option B in paragraph 28 of such document. Sorry, I can't. Noting the importance of the unique perspective and inputs that each board provides to the IPHC process.
Mr. Chair, are we using the past tense for recommended?
Yes, yeah, that should be
Because it
like
will
that in the
be
report. I double
recommended,
checked. Yeah,
yes.
so we need to use the
And
past
then
tense.
would it be redundant, this is just sort of a brainstorming session, to insert only between adopting and options so that that reads, the PAB recommended adopting only options A, C, and D?
I think it's necessary.
You don't think it's necessary? Okay.
Oh, moving on.
Okay. Sorry. Where am I? Okay. So the next one would be number 35. I'm going to highlight in yellow again. The PAB recommended that the IPHC Secretariat lend their support to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to establish a policy of abundance-based Pacific halibut bycatch limits for the trawl fleet in the Gulf of Alaska.
It's great.
So the next one will be 36. Let me highlight it again. The PAB recommended that the commissioners direct appropriate IPHC Secretariat staff to review and conduct the necessary research to identify nursery habitats of biological importance to the Pacific halibut stock, so as to determine whether management actions to protect these areas could promote recovery of the stock.
Bold word recommended in 36 and 37.
Can you speak up a little bit? I couldn't hear you.
Just bold of the word recommended in
Thank you.
36, 37.
All good?
All good.
So the next one, 37, the PAB recommended that the RAP and the SRB review the findings on nursery habitat research with the goal of increasing the sustainability of the Pacific halibut stock.
All good. That's the last one. Someone want to move that we approve these recommendations?
Excuse me, Chair. There's this last one. I had this as a potential additional line based on comments that were made prior, but we could easily remove it. The PAB noted the importance of the FIS surveying an adequate number of stations to provide scientific data informing the best stock assessment possible without compromising data quality.
I think it's a good note.
It's pretty.
It's just emphasizing the important that we recognize that it's important. It's not recommending or pushing them to do anything other than knowing that we are paying attention.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Heather.
maybe the last 4 words aren't necessary because you could just stop at the best stock assessment possible, period.
We had some discussion about data quality in that.
Okay, well,
I agree.
it just seems like you already said to provide scientific data
It
of
is
the best,
yeah.
of the best quality to inform the stock assessment, but whatever. It just seems like you're saying the same thing a couple different ways. But it's not a big deal. Writing by committee is just a lot of fun, you know.
Yeah. I think it's better out. I'm always like the simple one, but anyone
Drop it out.
You want it in? You want it out, Norm? You.
I was good. I'm good either way.
Gonna hurt your feelings if we
No.
take it out?
It's not.
The paragraph?
No, just a lot, what you've got highlighted
Okay,
there.
so we finish with the best stuff
with the-
assessment possible.
Yep,
Okay.
please.
I think that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Thanks, Joseph. Okay. So somebody needs to move to approve all of these recommendations.
I move to approve the minutes of the meeting or the report.
Perfect.
Second.
Dave, second.
Thank you.
Vote on. I'm gonna say no, just for fun.
Yay.
That's great. The abstain is yellow. Why you yellow? Sir?
One question. In this last year's report, again, it's.
Voting is open.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's okay.
You're voting.
There was a section. TC.
Closing vote.
Are we doing this in this, because then we go into IPHC.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I'm glad you brought it up. I think we're gonna let the American insighting ensue without
Because the
weighing into
conference
it.
board just did issue.
I know they did. I know they did. But I think we were more than happy that the Canadian-US thing went so smoothly and felt that intrinsic to get that into area stuff. You know, I like the spirit of it. I think it's unusual. It's
Okay, so
probably
we'll-
historical.
We will remove this section.
I think it's okay. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up.
So, voting.
So, yeah, what if we're adopting the actual desired spouse? Like, because it's just for those recommendations.
Right, that's what we're voting.
Yeah, just for the recommendations. We just think still the report, we still also.
Yeah, yeah.
So
That's how the report.
right, so that's the thing that, it would be nice because.
Yeah.
If I could have maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
To clean this up.
Okay.
We could actually show it on the screen.
Perfect.
And go from the beginning to the end.
Okay. Hey, guys, it's going to take him 15 minutes to compile this report. And if anybody, we can review the whole report in its entirety after he gets it all compiled. We'll take a break for 15 and have a run through it. 20 minutes? 20 minutes.
Okay, so you have the report, the first draft of the report already on the screen. So the first item that you see there under 2 is the adoption of the agenda and the arrangements for the session. 2.1 is the voting procedures. The PAB noted the voting procedures described by the IPHC Secretariat. Number 3 is the IPHC Secretariat informational session. That's when Dr. Stewart, Dr. Hicks presented to you first the mortality limits and the TCEY. So the first point under 6 is the PAB noted the question and answer period by Dr. Ian Stewart. 7, the PAB noted the mortality projection tool developed by Dr. Stewart. That's the link. The presentation that he gave on January 15th as a preview to the PAB. And then these are some of the items that were noted during the discussion with Dr. Stewart. So the PAB noted the questions were raised regarding potential benefits and drawbacks of a year-round fishery that included fishery-related and biological considerations. B, shorter fishing seasons allow for fishery data sets to be available earlier for stock assessment and avoid additional costs to the port sampling program due to extended fishing seasons. C, The consideration of fishing effects on spawning aggregations during winter months should include information on the sex ratio as compared to spring or fall fishing. D, keeping young year classes in the water at a time of low stock size would allow this yield to the fishery to be carried over subsequent years. E, the definition of conservation concern relates to harvest control rules and interim management procedures established for Pacific halibut that may differ from those from other exploited fish species. This should be EF. And F, there's a need to develop a simpler scale to better understand the uncertainty and risk of fishing at different levels of intensity at current stock levels.
I'm wondering, what the purpose of this is? Do we want, we just noted it in our conversation, that's the,
This basically summarized the highlights for the PAB in response to Dr. Stewart's presentation on the fishery limits.
see, some of them.
If there's something that the PAB, this is my summary of some of the discussions.
So I get it. I'm thinking of two of them that are kind of beat. One is we talk about year-round fishery and the negative aspects of it, and then we say fishing on aggregations during winter months. There's no, I'm a little bit lost there, what context was. And then the definition of conservation concern relates to harvest control rules and interim management procedures established. Was there anything more to that conversation? Because that seems like just a random observation.
Under E, I think that was in relation to Dr. Stewart indicating that for other species, I can't recall now exactly which ones, what he called, I think, the danger zone was slightly different than what is currently applied for Pacific halibut. So that could vary from species to species.
Yeah. Should we say in parentheses?
Please use the mics when you guys are discussing. Thank you.
Should we include in that part a parentheses, i.e. the 2030 ramp? So people know what we're talking about? Thanks, Scott.
With this surf?
It's fine. He's just picking up talking points more than anything, I think.
For F, I'm a little confused. To develop a simpler scale, what's scale?
I'm sorry, Scott, I can't hear you.
On number F or letter F,
Yeah.
when it says develop a simpler scale, I'm confused as to what scale they're comparing that to.
I believe that was a comment from Heather McCarthy regarding.
I don't remember that.
No,
conversation.
I mean, this is
Norm.
Mm-mm. I know we had some conversation about how complicated the overall information conversation has been communicated to us, and that there was.
The only thing I can think of that we talked about that was along those lines was the complexity of less fish data and more fishing data being incorporated in how we weighed those two things. Is that what that meant, maybe? And how they changed the scale of those And his answer was, well, there's less of one and more of the other. I was like, oh, thanks.
No, do we have to communicate this to the commissioners tomorrow? Does it feel like?
Yeah, that might be hard. We might want to change that whole one to reflect the conversation a little better. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll certainly monitor it. Okay.
Can you just highlight that one?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll come back and maybe change the wording around a little bit.
Absolutely. So yeah, moving on, now it's,
Just a quick comment. That was Mark, U.S. fisherman. He just commented that in the Pacific room shortly, U.S. members are going to meet with U.S. commissioners. So just pointing that out.
I think we're all supposed to be in there at 5:15.
Oh, is that true? Okay. Yeah, that's the first I heard of it.
okay. So next is the recollection of some of the items brought in during the MSC update discussion with Dr. Hicks. So the first one is to note the question and answer session. And then subsequently, the PAB noted the following. A, the summary of objectives relative to reference points as provided in presentation. And the exact number is missing here, as discussed. That catch rates are at historical low levels in both contracting parties, and that a higher reliance on fishery data results in a higher degree of uncertainty regarding stock size, providing support for further reductions of catch rates.
Mm.
The PAB noted that the setting of a floor or control rule is part of the management procedure.
Yeah.
The PAB noted that there is a need to incorporate environmental effects and effects of low recruitment and low weight at age in measures of relative spawning biomass.
Yep.
And E, the PAB noted that the causes for chalkiness in Pacific halibut are still not well understood, and there are reports of spatial variation in its incidence and potential links to tides and parasitic loads.
I'm good with all that.
Yep.
Yep.
That B catches that line, and we got F in that one. We could just
Okay.
delete that line, I think. It's
11?
just going to cause weird questions that we can't answer.
Right.
Okay, so moving on to 3.3, which is the discussion on the FIS. The PAB noted the question and answer session provided by Dr. Stewart, not Dr. Ray Webster. The PAB noted the following. A, that the increase in costs, drop in fish prices causing reduced revenue, reduction in landings are factors that prevent the cost neutrality of the FIS. B, the PAB noted that supplemental funding is needed under current conditions. C, that additional advance notice of IPHC survey trips would help accomplish a higher dock price. D, that the unobserved bias in stock assessment as a result of incomplete survey data is underestimating the probability of stock declines. E, the reduction in catch levels due to an incomplete survey has a higher economic impact than funding the survey. F, that there were discussions to support moving away from revenue neutrality and encourage contracting parties to provide additional funding. Yeah.
So that last, that what we were trying to doing different price
That point will be raised later on during
Okay.
the other.
Great.
That was just as a discussion during that during Dr. Stewart presentation of the FIS for next year.
None of these are conclusions. These are just what we talked about, and then we'll review the conclusions at the end.
Now, moving on to fishing periods, that's when we started the voting. The PAB noted that there were considerations about the timing of the fishing season, and considerations were made regarding safety and economic reasons, as well as the day of the week and optimal tides.
Good.
Then following the recommended the following fishing periods for 2025. Opening 14th of March, and the results of the voting. Closing 15th November. The results of the voting. Yep. Next, the PAB recommended the following fishing periods, opening and closing times of day for 2025. The results of the voting. Sorry, this should be 0. And opening 12 hours on the 14th, closing 12 hours on the 15th. Now, moving on, section 5, which is the mortality limits, coast-wide perspectives. The PAB noted discussions surrounding across the board reductions in TCUY for 2025 at a level around 15% coast-wide from status quo, and surrounding differences in the level of fishing mortality against mortality limits reached by different areas and the rationale for these differences.
Okay, did we capture that right? I mean,
I'm stuck on the word surrounding.
well, around isn't right. And what it really boiled down to was Canada agreed to 15 and US agreed to 15, and US has to manage their inter-area 15 among them. I think that's what we said. And I think it's pretty unique, and I think it's important we capture that properly, right? Definitely.
At a level of
15%. But it isn't really coast wide, right? That's where it sticks.
At a overall level.
16% in 2B, or 15%. Do we say that? 2B and 15%.
Are you US
Cum-
and Canada?
Yeah, you could say that. Well, 2B is Canada, so I didn't know.
Well, I don't know, but then, you don't want to say Alaska.
2B and all other US areas, or Canada and US. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Coastwide in there is good.
coast-wide is good.
Yeah, maybe. See what that looks like. What do we think of that? Does that capture it? I think so. You okay, Norm?
Yeah.
So ending at status quo? Ending at status quo.
15% reduction from status quo.
From status quo.
From status.
We're not ending at status quo.
Okay.
Surrounding differences in the level of fishing mortality reached by different areas and rational. Yeah, okay. And then PAB recommended a 15%. We'll have
The
to put
surrounding
that
mean?
language back in it.
So that would be recommended a 15% reduction.
Just copy that. 6 words or whatever it is.
Yes. He's been surrounding us twice.
Yeah. It's still wrong there.
Skipped over that. Let's not forget it.
A 50% TCUY reduction from status quo in Canada and the United States coastwide.
It still doesn't say it right. in each of Canada and the United States. I mean, it's because if it's just in Canada and the United States, that just means coast-wide again.
So that would read, the PAB recommended 15% TCUY reduction from status quo in each of Canada and the United States coast-wide.
We could say in each of the, what's the word, not constructing parties, but the.
Contracting parties.
What's the word they use for US and Canada?
Contracting parties.
Contracting parties, thank you.
In each contracting party?
In each of the contracting parties, yes. But that's a suggestion. It looks awkward to me here. And I'm still stuck on the use of two surroundings there.
No, this could be, this is probably my improper English.
Discussions of.
So is regarding discussions surrounding across the board reductions and then discussions surrounding differences in the level. So there's two things.
Oh, I see.
So discussions surrounded
Of.
two
across the
themes.
board.
One is across the board, and maybe across the board should be hyphenated.
I would say something other than surrounding. It's a discussions of across the
Can we
board
just say
reductions?
discussions of reductions? Take that whole, all four of those
About?
words out. Discussions of reductions.
Regarding across the board, or
Yes.
should we remove across the board or leave it?
I would remove it.
Consensus means it's like 50% everywhere.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't think that's right. We're not,
Concerning.
Regarding reductions, regarding reductions.
yes, keep out across the board, sorry.
Discussions regarding reductions in TCUY for 2025 at a level of 15% in each of Canada and the United States coast-wide from status quo.
I would say in each of the contracting parties coast-wide from status quo. This is a very confusing sentence, but that makes it a little better.
It's fine. I don't know that.
I like Canada and the United States. 'Cause
Oh, okay.
Not everybody agrees this.
True enough.
Honestly,
That's
I
better.
wouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's better. I agree. And how about changing at a level of to buy, BY?
For instance,
Just an idea.
Can you please say that again?
The top line after TCEY for 2025, instead of at a level, use by, BY. Instead of at a level of, yes.
By 15%?
Yes.
yeah, I like that.
Yep. Okay. So by 15% in each of Canada and the United States coast-wide from status quo, and differences in the level of fishing mortality against mortality limits reached by different areas and the rationale for these differences. Then the PAB recommended the 15% TCUY reduction from status quo in each of Canada and the United States coast-wide.
You need to say coastwide's total or total coastwise to make it sound like it's.
No, coastwide hits it, but we don't even need to name it. But we have not provided the last part of the first statement, differences in the level of fishing mortality against mortality limits reached by different areas and the rationale for these differences. We didn't go into that. So do you want us to go into that, Bruce, or do you want to play that by ear?
I don't know what you mean, Peggy. I'm sorry. What the differences in the level of fishing? Does that? I guess I interpret that to mean, and I might be wrong, that that is their respective fishing mortality limits in the respective areas. I'm not saying it very well. Is that not what that means?
I think it refers to the percentage of the quota that was reached in each of the areas. But like, I think it was mentioned that 2B, 2C, they almost reached like 90% whereas more western areas, the mortality
Go for it, Scott. Whenever you see
achieved
a spot.
was less than.
So is it
I think that was,
just
that was just,
despite the differences in the level of fishing
Scott
mortality?
has
I think that's what I'm reading too, is the first part, the noted section is talking about the discussions that we were having. And
Right.
some of the discussions were out west. They didn't achieve the entire TAC that they had, and taking a 15% cut, they could actually catch more fish this next
Yeah,
season.
yeah, which makes it read well then.
And so the
Yeah.
recommended part, we're not including that because we never
Right.
came up with anything
We
about
didn't.
that.
We didn't do that.
Yeah, you're right, Scott. I actually, when you read it that way, I like it. You okay with it, you guys? Everybody okay?
I'm not okay with that because we didn't do it.
Pardon me?
So we talk about.
We talked about it.
We
and
talked about it, but we're also putting it in there that we are going to tell them what the differences are, and we don't do it. So we never did go through and summarize our discussion on a regulatory area basis to include in this report. We definitely had the discussion on them, but we didn't summarize them. And now we're saying, we're noting our discussions regarding reductions in, as a whole, coast-wide, and then the differences in the level of fishing mortality against mortality limits reached by different areas and the rationale. It's the last 4 words, rationale for these differences. We don't, I see what you're saying. You're saying we discussed it. We don't have to express
means
it.
we beat it up when we made recommendation after having, these are some of the flavors of the discussions, and then we recommended.
So when the head commissioners ask you, well, what do you mean you don't have any recommendations for regulatory areas? What would you say?
I think I'd say clearly that Canada and US agreed on our respective shares of the TCEY, and maybe felt that it was disrespectful of Canadians to weigh in and start meddling in how the US areas, sub areas disperse it. Let them. Yeah, let us.
Inappropriate, is that?
Political.
That's a better word. Yeah, use that one.
What?
Because we always have.
We didn't have the Canadians interfere in their distribution.
It's not disrespectful. It's just interpolitic. I like that word.
Right.
The decision to be left up to the commissioners how they do it.
Canadians decide that we would respectfully defer to the United States to distribute the TCEY in their stocks as they saw fit.
Well, that sounds good.
And that's why we didn't.
Thank you.
That's why we
That
just
sounds
agreed
good.
on a 15%. And
That is, I like that.
that is what
angle.
happened.
Yeah. Well, some of us saw something a little different, but I like that angle. I'm okay with that.
so perhaps in
my
order to
angle.
simplify this, I may suggest maybe that portion that is
I would take
highlighted
that part off.
is maybe not necessary.
I would agree.
Yes.
Because we didn't discuss the rationale for
Okay.
those differences. It sounds like it
Because
was a
that leads to
decision.
some interpretation that may
Right.
not be
No, it's way
exactly-
better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Okay. So then we move on to the regulatory area perspectives. There were none. The TCEY recommendations, there were none.
Oh, okay.
And then we move
For the-
directly into the fishery regulations proposals.
Scrolling back up real quick for the
Oh,
regulatory.
sorry.
For the regulatory areas, do we want to put in what we just discussed right there? The rationale why we didn't get into it, or should we just leave it as nil?
No. We say what we talked about and we say what we decided. If somebody can ask, I can speak to it. Is that okay? Pardon? Oh, just Scott was saying, should we put some of that in there? And I thought, well, just, no.
Answer that question. Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if we, oh God, yeah, everyone's waiting for us.
Yeah, me too. I'm getting the same thing.
Oh, it's,
No, it needs to be adopted.
Oh, okay.
This, your report.
we're about,
This is more important.
Okay.
I told him, wait 15 minutes.
I say that we could be done probably in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it's just the regulatory
I said
proposals that we
15
voted
minutes,
on.
don't start without us.
So the regulatory proposals are fairly straightforward.
Liam, can't do it without Liam.
So we're on the regulatory proposal. So the first one is that the PAB noted and recommended that the commission adopt regulatory proposal A1. This is the vote.
Yeah.
Then next is the regulatory proposal. Sorry, I lost it. Hold on a second.
22.
I lost it from my screen. Here it is. It's the noted and recommended that the commission do not adopt fishery regulation proposal A2,
Yeah.
which specified specific fishing periods, and these are the votes. Next is the IPHC fishery regulations, minor amendments. The PAB noted and recommended that the commission adopt the fishery regulation proposal A3. Then we move into the contracting party fishery regulation proposals. That's regulation proportion B1. So the PAB noted the proposal, but did not take any action.
Yep.
Then the stakeholder regulatory proposals, the PAB noted fishery regulation proposal C1 and recommended the commission does not adopt it.
Yep.
And these are the votes.
Does not adopt it, so it says right there, in favor, Canada, no, against it, so you're saying no, to adopt, right? Is it backwards? Am I reading it wrong?
So
You don't want them to,
it should be in
you were in favor of not adopting.
not adopted. All of us, even in the US.
Yeah,
Right.
we're all in favor of not adopting it. Now that we're
Correct.
like, do not
So-
adopt it.
Does not. It should be in favor or against 0-1 abstention. In the US, 13 in favor.
So the recommendation is that it does not adopt, so,
That's right.
okay, so this is,
So it was yes, no. All of these are
Okay.
kind of
all right,
ambiguous.
this
that
is,
way, yeah.
this is,
We voted yes, that it's no.
okay. All right, so that corrects it?
Yes.
Okay. So fishery regulation C2, that's the one that the PAP took no action. Fishery regulation C3, the PAP took no action.
Yeah.
This is not. And then it's the combined fishery regulations C4 and C5 that the PAP recommended that the MSAB and the SRB further reviews them.
Yeah.
And these are the votes.
I
Oops.
think
Oh, we're backwards
We're
again, yeah.
backwards again, yeah.
I apologize. I don't know what happened here.
And
That's 0,
who-
And
you,
that's-
did you? Okay, Heather abstained on that one.
and this is 13, right? Okay. Okay. Other business, 28, acknowledging the fiscal pressure on the IPHC, the PAB requested the formation of a committee or working group to evaluate alternative funding options for the FIS, unanimous from both countries. Next, the PAB noted the discussion of the advantages of improved communication between vessel captains and IPHC Secretariat to increase bids for future FIS charters, as well as for providing useful inputs to improve efficiency to the FIS operation without compromising scientific integrity, unanimous on both countries.
Good.
Then it's the FAC request and the PAB recommendation. So the PAB recommended adopting options A, C, and D in paragraph 28 of such document
Yep.
unanimously. Sorry, this should be 32. 32, the PAB strongly opposed option B in paragraph 28 of such document, noting the importance of the unique perspective and inputs that each board provides to the IPHC process.
Boy,
There's
we
no
were
vote here.
Right, pretty good when we're.
The PAB recommended that the IPHC Secretariat lend their support to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to establish a policy of abundance-based Pacific halibut bycatch limits for the trawl fleet in the Gulf of Alaska. Unanimous vote on both countries. 34, the PAB recommended that the commissioners direct appropriate IPHC Secretariat staff to review and conduct the necessary research to identify nursery habitats of biological importance to the Pacific halibut stock so as to determine whether management actions to protect these areas could promote recovery of the stock. Unanimous vote on both contracting
I'm sorry,
parties.
back on 32, can you go up for just a second? So this is the only one that doesn't say recommend, but can we say the PAB recommends to strongly oppose option B? I mean, would that kind of like push it? I just don't want this one to be skipped over.
I don't know. It's
Okay,
dead.
okay,
It's
no.
dead anyways.
I think
Conference
strongly
board,
opposed covers it.
conference board said
I just
no
want the
anyway.
whole-
Yeah.
It's,
I want the strong-
We could bold strongly
Okay.
opposed.
Emphasize.
it's dead.
Right.
Yeah, we'll put a new word in.
And
Emphasize.
on the same one, we voted on all these together. So shouldn't we have the vote underneath? We're strongly opposed to that to show that we were all unanimous behind that.
Because we said we were going to be unanimous.
Yeah.
All these things would be
Yeah, put
unanimous.
that bold underneath that
Yeah.
one.
We could.
Oh, that's good. I agree.
Without, excuse me, without recommendation?
Yep.
As is? Okay.
Well,
I mean,
Bold, strongly opposed.
that's not a warm con.
That's why I said we do recommend in bold, but then put strongly opposed. That's why.
I guess we're following protocol if we do that.
Oh, God.
Or the PAB
Recommended.
to keep this two bodies separate.
Yeah, recommended and
strongly opposed.
recommended.
Recommended to keep the two bodies opposite and strongly oppose the unification of them.
Separate.
But yeah. Or something. Okay.
Recommended continuing with two separate boards.
Unique boards.
Unique, strong, awesome boards.
Do you want different wording on that recommendation?
To continue, yeah, not strongly oppose anymore. To continue.
Strongly recommended to continue to have two separate advisory boards.
Struck down. the-
Separate advisory boards. That's good enough. It's not a conference advisory board. That's okay.
To continue having two separate advisory boards.
Could you just say
Strongly
advisory?
Strongly opposed.
What if you
Period.
said, what if you said two advisory boards, period?
Period, and
The
then
PAB
PAB.
strongly
Yeah.
oppose option B.
Yep, that's what I was just gonna say, the same thing. Opposes.
The PAB strongly opposes option B. So this would read, the PAB recommended to continue having two separate advisory boards, period. The PAB strongly opposes option B in paragraph 28, noting the importance. Yep. Okay. Okay, so then we move to, I think the last one was 35. Yep.
It's conference, isn't called a conference advisory board, is it?
Or having the two,
What are they called?
Subsidiary bodies.
Subsidiary bodies.
I think one of the.
It might get edited later.
Sorry, we'll do that way. So you're
Yeah.
a lay person to understand it.
It's good.
two separate subsidiary bodies. Okay.
Heavenly bodies.
Yep. Then 35, the PAB recommended that the Research Advisory Board and the Scientific Review Board review the findings on nursery habitat research with the goal of increasing the sustainability of the Pacific halibut stock. Unanimous vote on both countries. And finally, the PAB noted the importance of the FIS surveying an adequate number of stations to provide scientific data informing the best stock assessment possible.
We need to bust back up to the top. of that one.
Yeah.
Now that we're.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because,
I've got a comment on that that'll make it.
okay, so we're talking about.
If you just go down from F and see in number
Yep.
B, just below that, we say that. We could delete that whole line of F. Just go down and look at it first.
Under 3.2.
In the next one, yeah, 3.2, number, I think was B. We capture what we were trying to say.
Okay, so the B, the catch rates are at historical low levels in both contract parties, and that a higher reliance on fishery data results in a higher degree of uncertainty regarding stock size, providing support for further reductions of catch rates.
I think that's what we were talking about with Ian Stewart. I don't think we had a conversation about F that I recall.
Okay.
And I think the only part we need to add to B is that a higher reliance on fisheries data and a lower result or lower FIS data, somehow get that in there.
And
And
lower,
I don't know, I didn't say it properly. And low reliance on FIS data. Yeah, okay. And take F out altogether.
so F can be removed?
Yeah.
Should be more availability of this data.
Yeah, sure. Or lower inclusion or whatever, lower.
I'm sorry.
Availability. What's missing? We're missing a
So we've got a higher reliance on fisheries data and a lower availability.
FIS data. I don't know if availability is the right word, but that's what I think we're headed. We just don't have enough FIS data for what we need.
Less weight?
It's to do with the ratio. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. A ratio weighted higher in fishing data and lower in FIS data than previous assessments, something like that. That's right.
Compared to, as compared to.
Chair, can you put the mic on, please?
So the higher reliance on fishery data and lower availability of FIS data as compared to previous stock assessments results in a higher degree of uncertainty.
Making it worse, not better. Catch rates are at historical low in both contracting parties that we're off into a different subject about reduced forecasting certainty due to the different ratio and data. That's what I'm trying to say, but I'm not getting.
This data and detail
Well,
or sorry, as their previous documents.
in
Period, this results, say after assessment period, this results,
why can't we just say results in lower certainty? It's a great big long line. A higher degree of uncertainty. That's fine.
Complete stuff.
Stock assessment models. Fishery data and lower available of FIS data compared to complete. What?
Actually, this assessments and therefore we can be getting wider in our projections compared to years.
It's not even a sentence.
Due to the lower ability.
Oh, it says a higher degree of uncertainty.
Fishery data.
That's what we're after.
Due to a lower ability.
Would it make sense to instead say that a higher reliance on fishery data due to the lower availability of FIS data results in a higher degree of uncertainty.
This sentence is really bad. Like, catch rates are a historical low in both contracting parties. That's a statement.
Yeah.
This whole thing is another subject
We could-
where the uncertainty of the model due to the changing in the ratio of the input data. Those aren't the same things. Those are two different things.
If you want, we could break it down. We could put a period here and break it down and have a new paragraph if needed.
Just get rid of it. Is everybody okay to just get rid of that? It doesn't fit in
Just
the rest
start
of
with
that.
a high reliance. Just get rid of are you talking about get rid of
Yeah.
the historical low level comment?
You okay with that?
And just start with a high reliance on fishery data and lower visibility. Start the whole sentence with that.
Something like that. It's not a sentence, right? It isn't even a complete sentence.
We would break it down
We'll take that
into
off.
noted that a higher reliance
It's
results.
an incomplete sentence. We noted concerns about less certainty. Certainty is not the word. Less forecasting accuracy. That's what it is. The PAB noted that concerns about lower accuracy due to the higher reliance on fisheries data and lower available fish data compared to complete stock assessments.
I would argue to maybe remove the word complete because the stock assessments are complete. It's the data that the source of the data has changed. So I think it's more accurate because people may confuse complete stock assessments with full stock assessments, which are done every 3 years. So
Compared
maybe
to
previous.
Then we got to put a period there somewhere. We're running into this next point.
Concerns about lower. So then the PAB noted that concerns about lower accuracy due to a higher reliance on fishery data and lower availability of fish data compared to previous stock assessments.
Period.
Okay.
Maybe. Try it. And then
This results.
This results in a higher degree of uncertainty regarding stock size.
Stock forecasting.
Stock forecasting rather than size.
Uncertain forecasting. Yeah.
Okay. And removing the rest of the sentence?
Yeah.
Should forecasting be projections? Like that
Sure.
better forecasting work?
Projections?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Good. But better, it was kind of a blah.
Yeah. So
Concerns about
the
lower
first B should read
Do we take
catch
B out?
rates.
Does anyone want B at all? I guess we could put it in there. We have concerns about it.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a note that the PAB
Yeah.
notes that catch rates are at historical low levels in both contracted parties. And then C, that PAB notes that there are concerns about lower accuracy due to the higher reliance on fishery data and lower availability of fish data compared to previous stock assessments. This results in a higher degree of uncertainty regarding stock projections.
Everybody all right now? It's better? I like it. Setting of a floor.
Yeah, I think this leaves everything completed and Yeah.
Stick a fork in it.
And then we're moving to the adoption of the report.
Someone move it. Moving. William second.
Unanimous?
Unanimous.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. So we'll polish that. The only thing that we need to finish is the list of attendees, and we'll be sending you the report on a Word format.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
As soon as we're
the
done.
actual,
Okay.
not the real one.
And then let us know if there's anything
gonna
else that
put the
needs to
new
be
ones on.
modified.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'll go
just
through
send
it
me an
carefully.
email.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think they just agreed it was unanimous by.
Let's all thank these two fellas for all their hard work
Oh,
the
yeah.
last couple of
Thank you.
days.
Thank you.
Hey, and I would like to thank everyone in this room for all that really constructive FIST conversation, and I look forward to working with everyone here. Thank you.
Patience, Joe.